There's a link. There's Good to go. Yeah, good to go.
Summerhill Road, that's the old Collie backtracking.
Kia ora koutou, no mai haere mai. Hello and welcome everybody to the Infrastructure Strategy and Operation Committee today. You'll note that Bruce is not here, he's not feeling very well. He's sitting back there and asked me to chair it for him. And also Brian in the absence, he just might be popping out from time to time too with his diabetes. So I'll call for apologies, I guess, for a start off.
Councillor Catherwood.
Councillor Catherwood, thank you. No further apologies. If somebody move that we accept the apologies. Councillor Volweller, seconder. Councillor Ludeman. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any declarations of interest today? No. And no, nobody in the gallery today. Okay, we've got 5 items. They're pretty much all for information and discussion. So we'll kick off with item number 1. I'll invite James. Want to come up?
I'll take it that the report is read. Any questions?
Oh, questions from the floor. Councillor Finch.
Thank you. On page 5, the washout in the road, was that originally a culvert, James, and what area is it, please?
So that's on Summerhill Road. So yes, that was a culvert underneath the road, and there'd been a old fridge or an oven or something had been fly dumped, which had fallen in the head of the culvert, which had caused it to block. So it flowed over it and removed that section of road.
Wow. And I see item number 3, there'd been vandalism in Balclutha, and the CCTV cameras have been used 6 times in the month of October, so that's really good. Was the person apprehended that did the vandalism on that night? Was he identifiable? And that just proves what a great investment they are.
I haven't got the information. Ange might be able to help there.
They've identified people that they're following up. So it was still, because it only happened a week or 2 ago, they were following up with the carload that was seen there.
For the vandalism. Thank you for that.
His Worship the Mayor.
Thank you, Mr.
Right.
Chair. Along the same themes as Councillor Finch. So just the first one, I've never seen after a recent weather event so many slumps and dumps on the side of the road. Do we even have an estimate? Is it a biggie, the cost that this weather event's going to be? Because some of those, there's a bit of work to be done. Love to know what the cost is. And then the second one was around the CCTV cameras. While we have them, I haven't actually heard of a prosecution coming through, and yet I did think that we had an absolute, if it's done, we're pushing, we're prosecuting. So just the 2, what's the cost, and are we prosecuting or pushing for a prosecution on every time?
So our estimated costs are around about 1.5 million for that. We've got verbal approval from NZTA that they'll approve emergency funding. So I think last time I said that it was going to be at an increased FAR rate, and I was probably wrong. It's a 20% increased FAR rate for the funding. So it'll be 87% funding from NZTA for that extra money. For the number of prosecutions for the CCTV, Ange might be able to fill us in on that.
A lot of the vandalism we're finding is being done by young ones. So we've got the police visiting them and having a chat to them, and they're paying reparation for the damage before we take it to court. We're not actually prosecuting, they're paying out beforehand. And for that, there have been prosecutions from them, but not like through us. So a lot of the stuff they're catching downtown, they're identifying people, and they are using them to prosecute for driving offences and different policing measures.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Herbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just through you, probably a question to either James or Angela. The broom in West Target we talked about a wee while ago, is there any update on when that's going to get finally sprayed? I've got a question that might follow that.
The crews are expecting to be there before Christmas to do the spraying of the TVC in that area. Unfortunately, it's the same operators that are doing the townships, and they're behind in their township spraying as well due to the wet weather earlier in the season.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't accept the wet weather excuse for where we are because the stuff's a couple of years old.
Yeah.
And so that begs the next question is the method they use for spraying it is generally someone stands on the back of a vehicle and sprays from the road. And the size of these bushes now, that's simply not going to work.
In their contract, they are supposed to get out and walk the sides of the roads. We have trouble auditing their work because they move around so much, but they are supposed to get out and actually walk the roads to spray those bushes. Yeah, it is their bad that they're getting that big because we just pay them per kilometre. So if our contractor has left it to get bigger, it's more work for them, not an extra cost on us.
So you'll be able to tell me at some point when those roads were last sprayed for the broom?
I would be able to find that information, yeah. It would take me a while, and our system is down at the moment for the updates, so it will be next week before I could give you that.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Councillor Finch.
Thank you. So leading on from that, if there is an inspection and they don't pass, what happens then? Do they lose out some of the money? What's the story?
They're just required to go back and bring it up to scratch. So basically we pay them per kilometre to maintain it to a certain level. If it doesn't meet that level, it's their cost to go back and do it again.
And how often are the inspections after that type of things have been done?
So our inspections are normally 3 months after the truck's been round. So it gives it time to actually show the indication of which has been successful, which hasn't.
Thank you. Further questions, team? No, well, I would have to say pictures paint 1,000 words, James, and those photographs just show us the significance of how bad that flood was, don't they?
Yeah, that's just
it really brings it home.
a small portion of it.
Yeah, it's incredible. But with that, we do have a recommendation on page 4 that the Infrastructure Strategy and Operations Committee receives the operations update transportation report date 21st.
Have a move.
24. Thank you, Councillor Herbert. Seconded, Councillor Graham. What's your name?
Bruce Graham.
Yes, Councillor Graham. All those in favour, please say aye. Yes. Aye. All right, we'll move along to item number 2. And there, and then invite Jason up to the front of the house.
Good afternoon, everybody. Here to present the report in relation to green space waste and compliance. If it pleases, I'd like to accept the report as being read.
And with that, we'll open it up to councillors for questioning. Dean, Mr. McCroskey.
No.
No?
I'm half asleep, sir.
Oh. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Kennedy.
The budget for Clyde Street, where's that coming from?
Non-routine, the outlook for non-routine budgets.
Councillor Finch.
Thank you. On page 17, camper vehicle interactions, an increase was noted in illegal camping by non-self-contained vehicles, often unregistered. Were there any infringement notices, do you know, from that?
There were no infringements from there, no.
So they were all just given warnings and sent on their merry way?
Yes, that is the council's preferred method of
Thank you.
Councillor McCroskey, this time.
Touring out, Jason, how are we getting on? Are they root raking the rock wall on the beach? Are they still going to do that? Or?
So that is there was a number of options proposed at the meeting. The main issue for the community at that particular area was those rocks on the beach. The current funding that was identified in LTP is to investigate what consent will be required to replace those rocks. that is the current status of that particular project in relation to what can we do, how much is it going to cost, and what consent will we need to deliver that. I believe there's a number of options in relation to us finding solutions just to pick those rocks up in the short term, just to get the beach back. Things like community days, and if we can get someone out there, pick a rock up and get an ice cream or something like that. That's not what I'm looking at, but that's what Stacey is considering in relation to that process. How can we do it? Get some benefits in the short term, but the longer term is that there's still an intention to pursue that particular replacement of those rocks.
Councillor Kennedy, followed by Luderman.
For you, the chair. Sorry, I should have asked before, but I didn't scroll down for another. Closed landfill sites. So, Tepanui being one. So going forward, the leachates aren't a big problem anymore.
Excuse me.
But there will be, how do you say it? There'll be things around those sites that they can't be disturbed or anything like that.
That's correct, yeah. So any closed landfill, regardless of whether we need to seek another consent because it's still discharging, will still be a closed landfill under the hazard industries or the hail activity. Any work that needs to be undertaken will form part of our overall policies in relation to planning and building consents, and there would need to be a consent applied if you would ever to do any work in that particular area. Not that you would want to, but if you did, you would need to seek permission to do that, yes.
So any old landfill sites, we still have record of where they are in all our districts?
Any closed landfill where there has been identified as a hazardous activity, yeah, and it's on the hail list for there's a gazetteer that sits on there. If you wanted to do some work on there, as you did your LIM or you did your research into doing that, it would identify that as a site as being a previous landfill, and you would need to seek specific consent for the work that you would like to do, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Luderman.
The Pearson Lane Centennial Car Park, do you know when that ceiling's going to happen?
I don't know, but I can find out for you and get back to you before the end of the week. How's that?
Yeah, no, that's fine, thank you.
Further questions, councillors? We have two. Councillor, I'll start with Councillor Bolwell. Then Mackie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, just on page 38, that mentions with regards to support staff, it says additional resources are planned to accommodate heightened activity and continue.
That's the next agenda item.
Yeah, one item out.
Yeah, an item there,
Thank you, Councillor Bolwell.
My report stops at page 18.
Page,
I think
18, my report stops at.
you've been reprimanded.
this is page 18.
Yes, yeah, that's when this particular report stops. If it's on page 30, it would be the next.
Page 18, I said.
Two lots.
We said 38.
Ah, sorry.
Sorry,
Apologies.
page 18. Sorry, page 18. Support staff, this is item number 8, compliance, additional resources and to accommodate heightened activity and ensure continued community and environmental safety. This is regard to freedom to movement. What's
Yes.
the additional?
So we have another Freedom Campaign officer, a temporary one, for 21 weeks. He will start on the 2nd December. It's a gentleman called Peter who did the previous year. I believe he lives in Owaka, and we have a route that those guys are going to work on. Try to split them up as much as possible over the weekend and the busy periods. They'll be working together. Yeah. So it's an extra Freedom Campaign officer warranted to issue tickets. We already have a second ticket machine if we want to issue tickets anyway. And those guys will be going out, so it'll be a 7-day coverage. So from Monday to Sunday, we will have someone doing Freedom Campaign activity. Yeah, that's funded from the existing compliance budget.
Thank you.
Councillor Mackie.
Mine was page 13, it was the performance budget of the landfill and transfer stations. Like, it's sort of a success thing, but it's really not a success thing, isn't it? Because there hasn't been enough rubbish going into the site. You've got a deficit of 355 tonnes, and then that turns into an operating cost loss of 98,000. Like,
Yes.
your education has been successful, but it hasn't been.
No, so that the element of recycling remains the same. The amount of tonnage going through to Mount Kiwi has dropped. So we've had a physical drop in the amount of people tipping at landfill at Mount Kiwi. I don't know what the reason for that is yet, and I don't know if that trend's going to progress going forward. But if it does at the current rate, the net reduction in income that is for Mount Kiwi will be around $400,000 yes for the year. That's just the net for the income. Don't forget that there's a budget overall for waste services. So how that works out as we go along, it'll be presented in the standing committee report, and we'll update the members as we go.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Jason, thank you for your report. I just see on page 16 and carries on to 17, staff movements. And it reads, following an initial recruitment attempt, we've decided to re-enter the market. So just a little bit more about that. Like you talk about Mount Kiwi, so where's the staff movements? Is that from Mount Kiwi or?
No. So we Vivek was our waste supervisor. Vivek moved over to the transport team. Vivek has a qualification in civil engineering, so he's working with James's team at the moment. Currently, I suppose I'm the technical and management expertise within waste management. We went out to the market to replace Vivek as our waste supervisor, who does things from Mount Kiwi to just making sure the contractors doing what they do, as well as close landfills. We wanted to make sure we got the right person, so we just weren't going to make a short-term decision. We decided to go back out to the market. I have phoned, as of the HR team, phoned people on that list that we were interested in, just to say, hey, we're still interested in you, but we're going to go out for the market. We just want to make sure that we get someone with the right skills and capabilities, because it just really represents a risk only having me, if you like, as your technical expertise in landfills, although you can get consultants to do exactly the same thing as me. So
Is that role actually quite effective, like used quite regularly, or is it a full-time role? Or
it does my workload, put it that way. Yes, I'm not able to concentrate on the full portfolio of services. As the head of service, I have cemeteries and green space and roading at the same time. So most of my time gets dedicated to doing waste of this element. We've got a whole lot of work coming up. We've got Section 17A review of the current service. Our contract will expire with Waste Corps in 2026, November 2026. In that time, we have to work out the cost modelling for Mount Kiwi, which we're already working on. What's the best service provision, whether it's internal, external, whether it be a partner model, as well as the closed landfills and some other work going forward. So there's a need for it, as far as I'm concerned. Yes.
thank you.
Further questions around the table? Thank you for your report, Jason, and thank you for the answers too. So we've got a recommendation on page 8. Somebody prepared to move? Councillor Kennedy, and a seconder, Councillor Graham. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Thanks. Cool. Thank you, Jason. And we'll move on to item number 3. See if I wasn't scrolling. Welcome, Linda.
Good afternoon. Happy to present.
Right there. Yeah, floor is yours.
Thank you. Happy to present the report and take any questions that arise.
Straight into it. So, questions? Councillor Herbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll probably just carry on from conversation this morning, Linda, with the flat one, the further meeting with Philtech, and you touched on that this morning. I kind of wonder whether it would be good to have a meeting with the committee and inform them of how things are progressing in that regard.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I agree that would be useful. I've followed up since the meeting this morning about whether that report's been received.
Yes.
We followed up with Philtech. Tomorrow was the deadline, and that's what they'll be meeting.
Right.
So once we've got the options that they present, it will be good to update the committee and have a meeting.
It does there's been a really good bit of concert or bit of communication go out with the people of Stirling and their issues. After 4 weeks on a board notice, we've had considerably longer. I think it'd be a great thing for us to do, to put something perhaps in our Blue Mountain Express that explains the situation, what we're aiming to do and how we got to this point and why it's perhaps taking so long, because you know, with schools and a lot of people on that scheme, it's a fairly hot topic out there. So I think it'd be good to communicate. Because it did come up last week at the community board. A lady came along. This was with regard to Tapanui, but the same issue. And she just didn't know. And I actually showed her one of the emails that you'd sent to me that gave an explanation. She said, "That's great. The staff know." And she said, "Now you know, but we don't know." And so it just highlighted the fact that whilst it's great that we know this stuff, the next question should be, what should we do with that information? So it would be really good to share that, and perhaps if what we're doing with Sterling is the way of going forward and communicate, I think it would be a good thing. So,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We'll take that on board. I think it's a good
Same
idea.
with North Bruce, please.
I'll take that through the chair.
But just, Mr. Chair, it would be good to have a meeting if we've got an answer. It would be great to have it to be able to say, hey, we've actually got an answer for you, and the plan, we have a plan now to be able that we've got some confidence that we can deliver. Because the last thing we want is to have a meeting and then not be able to stand by any sort of solution or delivery.
well, presuming after you've met with Philtech, there'll be something.
Yes, I'm just saying.
Was my that's on post that. There was due to be a meeting anyway. Jules and Ian Rabbit's supposed to be around. So look, I suppose going forward, we know we've got this point. It's been quite frustrating, but perhaps some communication with the committee and members of the public in the future would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Worship.
Yeah, just following on from that, if there is going to be a public meeting, that we've got to have it might be a wee bit different over in West Otago than we met in Stirling, so let's do it planning, please. Don't?
Bit of paper.
Right, yes, we're in the same meetings, it's just in the paper.
Councillor Finch.
Thank you. On page 26, and the diluted wastewater into Waihala water treatment plant, almost fully compliant. But when you look at the photos, that's completely flooded throughout. That's Owaka, sorry, and it's underwater. What's going to happen about that? Is it going to be lifted up? Does it need flood banks to protect it? And with the other ones the same that were flooded out, what's going to be the outcome of that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we haven't considered that because the event was so unique, and already that, especially at Owaka, where the railway line is kind of already forming that same level, and in this instance, the river came to us rather than us going to the river, which is the normal course of events. We have looked at the lamps that were underwater because they obviously were damaged, and that will be part of our insurance claim getting them replaced. Although they're working now, there's no guarantee from the person who repaired them that they'll continue to work. And the advice from the loss adjuster is that we should look to replace them so that we have that surety going forward. We could get some waterproof ones there, but that's a significant investment and it wouldn't be covered under insurance because of betterment.
And so other ones that went under and had water around, I assume, that's all being looked at and assessed whether it needs to be lifted up, moved, whatever.
I think it's just a natural course of events, and it's at some point you can only build the wall so high, and that obviously costs money. It's the way that we react to it and respond to it, and OIC were pleased with our responses to all of our waste. So under our consents, there's obviously a level that we can have. The inflows were just so unique, and so it was an extraordinary storm event in that respect.
Congratulations to all the staff for the way that was handled.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Councillor McRosty.
On page 24, Linda, the Milton Waihala Township being largely fed now. We were at a meeting on Tuesday night, Waihala looking forward, and there's just a little bit of confusion as to whether they are hooked on or not. Bits and pieces, just could we get some communication to the town?
Certainly. So we talked about that this morning at the meeting. So there are some properties in the Waihala Township, as we call it, that are still on the North Bruce scheme. We're just identifying those through testing. So rather than just relying on our rating information, we have a duty of care if we're lifting a boil water notice to protect people. So we will have a final list in the coming week. And then we're preparing the comms, and the communication will be about, if you're on this list, you'll need to continue boiling your water. You're on the North Bruce scheme, and everybody else will be able to drink the water from the tap.
I think you'll find Councillor Bob Wheeler and myself have moved to a whole lot to be off that boiled water notice.
Perfect. I'm looking forward to the same.
Councillor Fouts, you have a question?
Through the chair, thanks for the report. On page 28 with the I&I, I just wondered, is it possible to get a movement, like, without having to go back to the last report to see if it's an improvement or, to see if it's an improvement?
And we've had that feedback previously. We've got a new trade waste officer, so now they've got their feet in the shoes. I'll certainly get some improved reporting for you.
Thank you. I mean, good report, but it's just be good to see if it's going up or down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Further questions, Linda? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Chair. Linda, a great update on the Phoenix Dam report on page 21. That sounds like we're over the challenges there. How is the quality of the water that's arriving at the treatment station? Is it a lot better water to treat than what we've been enduring?
Yes, less patchy than it was, and certainly not as high, but there's still spikes of sediment depending on what's happening, but that's now appears to be the problem that the regional council are going to take care of. I've seen the draft conditions they're putting into their consent. It looks like they're going to do some hydroseeding and other stuff to try and minimise that, so that will help us. But the water is certainly, the quality that we're getting is treatable.
Oh, that's great, and we've got plenty of it now.
It seems so.
Great, thank you.
Further questions, Councillor Kennedy?
Through you, Chair. Thanks, Linda, for your report. Tapanui's wastewater treatment plant, we've had many years of infiltration from groundwater around. Have we got scope going forward to, I don't know, like most farmers do, they take that water away and sing it off down to the river without it going into our ponds, or we got something we're looking at for infiltration?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, we've actually got some work underway. We've been doing some manhole inspections under project budget that we've got, so that we can see where the infiltration might be coming from. And so we've got plans to improve that.
Just one other thing. The lovely 4 stages of water restrictions. I mean, we all laugh at the moment, but I know Tapanui reservoirs at times don't hold up to what people think they should be. That is a lovely table that could go out into our local express before Christmas, because the weather will change and the sun will come out very hot, and next thing will be on water restrictions again.
Correct.
If you could pop that out there, it would be lovely.
Thank you for raising that, actually, through you, Mr. Chair. We did put that in there because it was a consideration that should we use the 1st of December as our normal trigger date, given we've had rain. But we usually use that date because people get complacent, and as Christmas gets a bit more crazy, it's easy to get messaging out earlier. So unless anyone's got any objections, we will stick to our normal time frame for those messages.
So, Mr. Chairman, the issue was all the staff were just throwing around that there's been quite a bit of water and rain around, and the standard time frame is 1 December. Do you think that it would be looking silly if we kept going with the 1 December, or should we push it out a little bit longer, a little bit closer to Christmas? That was the question we were going to just check with you.
Councillor Ludeman.
Push it out, please. Don't start so early if we don't need to.
Okay.
We look.
Councillor Herbert.
Thank you. Actually, I hadn't written my note myself here about the sign like we've got in Tapanui. Linda, I wondered if some of them might be applicable in our bigger towns, Dalgouth, Milton, Kaitanga. For those, it's a sign it's pretty much looks like the fire signs with about 5 or 6 slices on it, and the arrow moves up to where you are, and it's really good to let people know. But the best thing it does is actually remind them of the definition of each restriction as they go, because it's in the middle of town, it's right there, and you can see it every day. So I just wondered if that would be considered of actually putting some of those signs around. We could set for a small fee, we could sell you the rights to one got over there.
And for a bigger fee, we'll put them in everywhere, but I'm sure, but we'll have a look at the budget for that and see what
I just
run to.
thought, yeah, thank you.
Good idea though.
Further question, teams? Not too many stones unturned, I don't think. No, well, with that, well, thank you, Linda, and I'd like to formally thank you for the meeting at Stirling on Tuesday night. It was a fantastic night. It was very informative. Nothing ambiguous. It was great.
Great.
Fantastic
Thank you.
for the
Appreciate
community
it.
too. So thank you very much. We do have a recommendation on page 30.
Happy to move.
Thank you, councillor Finch. Councillor Phelps, the second. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Take us down to item number 5. And I think this is the one where we've got an update. Is it?
Oh,
No, no.
Four.
Sorry. Sorry. Oh, sorry, I've missed one. Yeah, item number 4. Yes. 13. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present the compliance update report and answer any questions that you may have.
There we go. The floor is open. Councillors. Councillor Herbert.
That's all right. I'm presuming it's all right. I'm presuming under 1.4 the mile flat, an update will be provided at the meeting.
You could ask for that.
That's the update.
I'm assuming. Well, the update there is what you've heard from.
Exactly. What I was just going to say. We've pretty much had the update. There's been a meeting.
Yes, that's the update.
Yeah, you can have the rest of the day off. Thank you.
Is that from you? Or? Thank you.
Further questions, team? No. Oh, councillor Volweiler.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just a question. Do we ever test the raw water for E. coli?
Raw water?
Yes.
Yes, we do. Through you, Mr. Chair. The different suppliers have different requirements for how often they have to be tested at the source. So if I remember rightly, the larger ones have to be at least twice a month. So that's the level 3, so 500 plus. Level 2, I think, is monthly for E. coli. So yes, there are tests in the raw water.
And the result, is it often E. coli found in the
Oh,
raw
absolutely.
water and source water?
Yes, it is. So that's why we have disinfection afterwards.
Thank you.
Councillor Finch.
Thank you. On page 42, public health advice regarding DPVs, and it could have adverse health effects, but that's based on long-term continuous exposures. How long is long-term, and what are the effects?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the long-term exposure is set by the World Health Organisation and adopted by our Ministry of Health. They average it out, by memory, it's a 70-year lifespan. It's a little bit smaller than the average New Zealander. I think it's about 70 kilograms of body weight. And some of those health effects, I don't have those off the top of my head, sorry. I have to really look and find out what some of them are. They're obviously adverse, but yeah,
You could get that.
sure, I can get back to you with that.
Please, that would be helpful.
Looks like we might be done. Thank you, Daniel. We do have a recommendation back on page 30 that we receive. Daniel's report. Thank you, councillor Herbert. Thank you, councillor Kennedy. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. This time then, item number 5. Donna, welcome. And I do note there is a additional information report. There's been a reviewed replacement report. Thank you. The floor is yours, Donna.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So yes, as advised, I requested to pull our report because when I came back from leave, I discovered that there were some anomalies in it. So the team very quickly made the necessary adjustments and then we resubmitted. So apologies for the delay in that. So please take this report as tabled and if you have any questions.
And I open the floor up. Your worship.
Thank you for that. There's a few sort of rapid fire ones, Donna, but firstly, I really like the change in the report with that extra line on it. the red and the green, so thank you for that. But just running through them, so first on page 56, the first one, looking at doing investigation and next steps into discharge to land and the various options. Now that we're getting different initial information out of the government that that's no longer a stipulation / requirement, is it a good time to put that on hold? It's just all sort of up in the air at the moment, and we're running away doing a report. I read and I thought, maybe we should pull the handbrake on that until the world works itself out.
Through you, Chair, I think at this point in time, it's only a small component of the team members' work currently. I'm kind of happy for the team to continue until we get it requested not to at this point in time.
Okay. Second one on page 58, I met up with nationwide type Fonterra guys yesterday, and they were saying that, which way round was it? They've got a good, down the Sterling, they've got a good water, bad reservoir, and we've got bad water, good reservoir. They were still, we'll be open to talks. Have we got the ability, not maybe for this present spike that was brought up at the meeting, but also long term, to at least have a talk with Fonterra and make sure that we can't hold hands?
In what regard?
As I said, Sterling treats their own water. Fonterra Sterling Cheese Factory treats its own water. They're saying they've got capacity for water, they've got good water, but they've got bad reserve. We're looking at upgrading the water, and we've got good reservoirs. Is it an opportune time to just touch base and see whether we can save each other money by holding hands?
Just through, Mr. Chairman, Donna, you weren't at the meeting. This came through the public meeting in Stirling. Linda and I and the team were there, so it was one of the questions that the gentleman raised, and we just said we would look into it. So there's actions to be followed from that meeting. Donna has no idea about that, but we'll pass that through.
Yeah. So Steve, that was the short term now, just the 4 weeks or whatever that they could catch up. But Fonterra was saying maybe permanently, long term, we can look at, they've got a plant, we've got a reservoir, can we hold money? It's above my pay scale, so I'm just throwing it out there that they're open for discussion. Then the next one down, 1.6, asset management information system. If you're looking at doing a system, and we're also right on the cusp, or possible cusp of collaboration between various Otago Southland, is it an opportune time to pull the handbrake on this? Because if we set up a system and then the overall we get pushed into that, and there's another system that the other three have got, establishing systems when we're looking at possible holding hands with quite a few councils.
Through you, Chair. So currently, our current asset management system, particularly in the Three Waters space, is definitely there's opportunities for improvement. And what the team are looking at is our current tools that we have available. When in fact it's actually RAM, which is our roading asset management system, where it's minimal expense to council if we do decide to proceed with that, and I mean minimal, where there's huge benefits. So personally, I'm comfortable for the team to continue looking at that until such time if there's an amalgamation. But if there is an amalgamation, RAM or Think project rather, is utilised throughout the country. It's a nationwide system.
If it's there for everyone, I'm happy with that. Page 62, the last one, fleet. As with all of us, it's a risk balance, isn't it? And in this environment that we're presently in with costs and everything, we've always had the same criteria. Is it 120 or 150,000 Ks or such and such? And I'm wondering if the worlds are changing, those limits were set in good times and now we're in not so good times. Is it time to review our wider prerequisites to getting rid of them, lifting them up a bit? Because I look at they're nice. I look at the trucks, the Hiluxes. They're made to do a lot more kilometres than what we're selling. We know we are. It's a risk factor. If we're looking through a different lens at the moment, is it a time that we actually consider stretching the asset?
We have done that. Actually, we've just reviewed. We reviewed the I'll say the prior current policy, because we've actually increased the kilometre rate because of that very fact.
So is it 150K? Did I get that right?
It's 150K now. It was reduced, I think it was to 100 from memory, Steve. I can't quite recall, but we've just increased that.
I'm just, like 150K for a Hilux, probably just start to flex its muscle and get into it. I'm just throwing it out there for a different time. If it's the criteria that's triggering the sale of the vehicles, then we could reevaluate even more. Maybe not on the entire fleet, but on some of those vehicles that we know are good, solid vehicles that can build a bit more K. Could be a saving.
Through you, Chair, we can definitely reconsider that. As explained, we had increased from 100,000 kilometres to 150,000 kilometres, and we'd also, it's a 7-year. We look at the life of the asset is 7 years. We'd have to consider the fine line of depreciation and resale value as well associated with that. But I can request the team to investigate that further.
I just think that times are changing. Yep. We're looking through a different lens. Thank you.
Donna. Councillor Finch, followed by Herbert.
Thank you. Projects in design phase 8.1, Milton Tokawiti Water Network Extension. So Fluid Solution was commissioned to engineer a water network extension to provide adequate potable water for firefighting and expansion of transitional resource area for Tokawiti network. I'm assuming that's for the subdivision houses. So does the developer have to put anything towards that for the sewer, for the water extension?
Through you, Chair, I'd have to review what the subdivision development are versus our financial contribution policy and requirements. What I can comment on this project, though, is that it's been brought to our attention that because there's a lot of construction organisations currently looking for work, that a lot of their rates are reducing. So we've actually pushed go on this one to go out for tender now because the pricing is much more compatible than it was a year ago.
Councillor Herbert.
Thank you. A couple of things. On the flood-prone buildings, they're obviously the council-owned buildings. It doesn't include other community centres and what have you. And I understand that, but I just wondered, if we are talking about climate change and we are talking about disasters, and some of those buildings do get damaged, even if they're not council-owned, the community-owned, they're still going to be coming here for funding. Is it worth including those buildings in that map type thing? Well, the map on page 60 and 61 is actually just council-owned buildings, not actually all the community buildings.
Sorry, could you please repeat the question?
So
I was trying to find where you're looking.
So on the maps on page 60 and 60, well, the map on 61 says Cleveland District flood-prone community buildings. That's actually council-owned community buildings. Is it worth including non-council-owned community buildings? Because if they're affected, I'm talking about community centres in Tapanui or Heria that aren't on there. If there's a massive flood or snow event or what have you, and they get damaged, they're still going to be coming here for funding.
Should they not have insurance?
Well, I'm not sure. It was just an observation. We're only talking about council-owned buildings there, aren't we?
Through you, Chair, so my team's responsibility is for council-owned assets, correct?
Yeah, that's right. That's fine. My second one, just following on from what Amir was talking about with the fleets and the vehicles, I've often wondered whether we've actually ever reviewed our sign writing policy, because I would suggest, for a couple of reasons, I would be in favour of having a more discreet sign writing on the side of our vehicles. We have a lot more vehicle movements nowadays with the acquisition of the water team, and people see a lot more vehicles around, and that can create negative kind of attitudes. It's quite a visible, quite an identifiable logo. I'm not saying don't have one, but I thought a smaller, more discreet one might be better, because I don't know whether I get feedback from if they see one person in one car, it's bad. If you see 3 people in one car, it's bad. I'm not sure. There's never a happy medium with the public, but they seem to see, people do see vehicles, and it seems that they just get a bit jumpy about it. What are they doing? Why am I paying for that vehicle? The take-home message would be, look, a smaller, discreet sign writing, I would have thought might be time for that.
Through you, Chair, so I can definitely have that discussion with our comms, because that's a council branding discussion, which is not in my jurisdiction currently.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Barron, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Donna, 4 questions. I don't have page numbers on my document here. Oh, yes, I must have down the side there. The first one's regarding Mount Cooey, and there's quite a bit of discussion about the new landfill that you're proposing there. And following on from Councillor Herbert, the flood-prone map says that Mount Cooey's in the flood-prone area. Is there any discussion regarding the spending of the money at Mount Cooey and the fact that it's in a flood-prone area? And why would you continue to do it if it's in a flood-prone area?
Through you, Chair. So that's a very valid question. So currently, Jason, Head of Infrastructure Operations, is putting together a cost modelling exercise with all the different scenarios. So I'll certainly ask whether or not that's been factored in.
Thank you.
And just also, I mean, Mike might want to say something. He's got his hand up with that one, but also I think when you look at Mount Cooey, it's really just some of the ancillary and existing drainage systems that would be subject to flood prone. I mean, you look at the actual where the landfill is and where the new cell's going and things like that. There are quite a bit of height above the river. But Mike.
Yeah, if I could just add to that. So there was some work done on the, thanks. Yeah, so there was some work done on the potential flood risk at Mount Cooey, I think it was last year, for council, and it certainly showed that, yeah, the base of the landfill, that there potentially an extreme flood event could get up near that, but that it was, really, in terms of flood risk to the overall asset, it's reasonably minor. It'll be, the impact would probably be more around access. I guess the road's likely to be closed, but not so much to the landfill, which is more elevated.
Thank you. Second question, the hub pump station on page 9, there's a budget of 1896 million. Is that just for that stormwater small switchboard underground and pump station, or is it the whole lot right around the whole hub?
Through you, Chair, that was for the whole project. So that project's been ongoing now for almost 18 to almost 2 years, from beginning to where we are to date. So that budget's been a continuation across all of that.
Thank you. The Stirling to Balclutha proposal for wastewater, there's a fee there of 500k. Is that for the feasibility study, or is that the cost to do the pipeline?
Sorry, which item is that?
Sterling to Balclutha.
It should have a paragraph reference.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the side here. I just have.
Sorry, it's just a large report. So far.
There's a large report.
Oh, here we are. Stirling to Balclutha Sewer Network, 8.2. Is that the one you're questioning? Yeah, connecting Stirling. So that's the entire budget that we have available. That's for scoping, planning, detailed design, tender, evaluation, and physical delivery.
Okay, thank you. And the Balclutha stormwater main renewal, what does it, where's that pipe? What does that cover? How big is that project in Balclutha?
Is this 8.5? Balclutha Stormwater Renewal Project? Yes, thank you. So what we do is we get in the LTP, sorry, through you, Chair, in the LTP, when budgets are set, when you have a high level descriptor like this, our asset management team associated with our operations team and our project team will start getting together to determine analytics to decide which are the greatest needs associated with renewal projects within that area. For example, in this instance, Balclutha. And from those analytics, the team have close discussions with operations to determine which of the pipelines should be made a priority for renewals. So that's what we're currently doing at the moment.
Thank you, Donna. I'll move the questions on if I can, Kevin. I just want to give Gaynor a go with having a question as well.
That's okay. He's got another one.
Well, I don't have an answer to that question.
Sorry?
Is it the pipeline under the bridge, or is it coming from Rosebank to
To be determined.
Yes.
That was the point, is that they put money for renewals in the asset management plan, which we should be doing, renewing pipes. It doesn't tell you that it's exactly this pipe or it's that pipe. The team are going to do the homework and say, okay, we need to start looking at renewals. Where is it highest risk, oldest and all this sort of stuff, and what's the prioritisation system they're going to apply to it, and then they determine the exact projects. Because these are bundled projects or bundled funding.
I understand. Thank you.
And just to support what Steve said, the pipeline under the bridge is one of the ones that we are investigating.
They've just had detail that you're going through private property, so it appears that you've done some work on it. That's enough.
Thank you. Councillor Barron, Councillor Finch.
Thank you. 6.6, and it's North Bruce, and in the very bottom, it's got Becca to provide a solution, and then it's got we anticipate. It hasn't got anything else. What is anticipated?
Sorry, what number was this paragraph number?
6.6.
Correct, thank you. I'll have to go back to the team on that one. I missed that.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Kennedy, I believe, was next.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Sorry, Donna, 8.13, our bridge renewals.
Yes.
I understand that we're looking at bringing these bridges up to level for big trucks. Are these all sealed roads? These bridges are on?
Through you, Chair, I couldn't answer at the top of my head, I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering about Bridge 386, because I don't think we have a Franklin Road in West Otago. Well, I've never come across it.
Thank you. I can feed that back to the team.
Thank you.
There might be an answer.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, some of them are sealed roads and some of them are gravel roads.
Oh, okay.
Not all of them.
Yeah, no, it's just, we've always kept a thing of where those trucks are travelling, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Question, Councillor Phelps, followed by Ludeman.
Through the Chair, just following on from Councillor Herbert's comment about the fleet. Does the number ever get reviewed? Because I mean, it's something that we get hounded over as the number. I know you've got to have vehicles to get around, but is that ever reviewed at some point that you might have too many or?
Through you, Chair, I would, yes, most definitely. And whether or not, so what happens with the, I'm probably speaking out of role here, but with the annual plan budgets, that's at times when requests will be requested by a certain team for either additional vehicles, in which case decisions and discussions are made, or if vehicles can be reduced.
Councillor Ludeman.
The Lawrence, it's Lawrence Hospital Creek. Sorry, I was thinking it was Hospital Creek down here. Oh, no, it's fine. I
Cancelled that?
Yeah, I cancelled that. That was my wrong reading from the other day too.
Councillor Herbert.
Thank you. It's a great report, Donna. I've just found another question further on down, and it follows on from Councillor Finch's about 6.6, and it's mine contains, and I'm not sure if you can answer this one, but under the mile flat one, it talks about the 3 million litre tank we've just put in. And it talks about an actuator. So if someone can tell me what an actuator does. The way I understood it, once we got the new tank up and running, we were going to use the old reservoir tanks as the backwash system. So I'm kind of wondering, recommended to install an actuator on the inlet to ensure backwash can be achieved. I'm not sure what that's about, what the motivation is there, or whether the way I understood it, that we were going to build the new tank and then we'll be able to use the old tanks and the whole system we'll be able to keep running.
I think Linda's going to answer that from an operational perspective.
Not an expert, as you know, but that's something that operations has requested, and also the backwash tanks or the reuse of those tanks for backwash is part of the report that's coming from Filting.
Do you know what an actuator is?
It's a type of valve, that's all I know.
I'll have to Google that later, thank you.
Further questions, councillors? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's possibly a question that all of the other councillors don't ask, but 7.1, the Taylor Park cabins.
Yes.
I thought some of the Milton councillors, Bruce Board councillors might ask the question here, but I'll ask it for them. So the revenue report here, Donna, so the cost to date, is that including the build of the other cabins that are at the corrections facility? Is that inclusive of those cabins?
That was inclusive, through you, Chair, that was inclusive of the 4 cabins already that were originally erected and the underground infrastructure. The forecast spend was forecasted for the completion of the additional, sorry, go back a step. Within the cost to date, that also included materials for all 10 of the cabins.
Yeah.
Some materials for all 10. The forecast spend was for the additional completion of the outstanding cabins. It's come to light since this report was written that corrections have no longer got their, let's get the wording correct here. They've lost their building practitioner currently, and so they've requested to terminate the completion of build cabin 9 and 10, which will now have a reduced forecast spend for us, and the team just have to look into that. So at our next report, we can update that financial forecast spend variance.
So at the moment, we're in the hole for that, but that doesn't include when the other ones are finished, the revenue from them, what we decide with them, to come back into the chart.
Correct, and what we did is once council made the decision to actually sell those cabins, we requested our finance team to include a separate line against the project so that we can identify the revenue as it comes in.
The previous chairman, I mean, the sunk cost we have to remember is about, we just looked at this just recently, didn't we, that just under 250 was the undergrounding, which we said would be funded through the campground account from previous sales. Loss that we're just going to wear as a consequence of the decisions and that, right? So that's to be funded from the campground accounts in terms of the sales. That was the 250 odd, and then the rest of it really was just costs related to the construction, of which we'd be recovering from sales and that. So the variance doesn't, includes the forecast spend, which isn't going to be the forecast spend. It doesn't include the forecast revenue, for example, and all that sort of stuff. So it's not quite as, it's not like, I know it's deep red with a big figure, but it's not actually going to be that figure.
Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does that signal an end to the relationship with corrections or a suspension?
Your Worship, that wouldn't be for Donna. That's Kelly is working on that. There's some, potential positive news around, where corrections would like to move in that, and where they might like to move might be an area that we might like to move in terms of helping us out of a problem around, extreme costs to do certain things for our own community housing. So Kelly is going to update us. I don't think it's in this report today, but he's got a paper at some point.
I just think it's such a positive thing to be done that we've got to really keep pushing.
Councillor McAtamney.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was just going to push a little bit further on that one, because there will still be a substantial loss per cabin. We're looking at a variance of $1 million. That's after those 3 have been sold. So we get to sell 4 more. So five more, yeah. Plus we've already paid for the materials, on those other 2. So okay.
But we're not intent. We won't be spending all that's been forecast. No. We're going to get 5 more as a result, and the variance already includes 250,000. That was always going to be a direct loss. So.
And in the forecast spend is a contingency factor as well, which we always allow for. And I mean, we could put in a forecast revenue, but I'm a little bit reluctant to do that because it's sort of been on a cabin by cabin, and there's, there are variations in that, but we could include that if you'd like us to, just to give you some visibility. And in regards to the material for cabins 9 and 10, we've got a estimation of about a $15,000 sunk value, which we can potentially use in different projects moving forward. We just have to investigate that.
Yeah, it would just be interesting to actually see, because it appears to me that it could be, on a per cabin basis, a pretty substantial loss. But I'll be right, no, I won't quote a number.
I could, if you like, I could do a quick and a real fast one as an average of $65,000 revenue, which you can show on the 3 cabins there. We can multiply that by 8 to forecast if you like.
Yeah, the original one there gave a total cost of 1.2 million, so 8 times 65, what's that, 520, so we could be looking at a $500,000 or $600,000 loss on the 10 cabins.
I know that it's dealing with the forecast spend, and there's a lot of ups and downs around that, what's being said about that. That relates to 10, the additional 4 or whatever cabins. So that's going to change, and that side of it. So no, when I saw this, I asked Donna, I don't like the way it's been presented. I think we're missing a lot of the information that we should be able to show to reflect better. It is what it is, and it says 1.2 million red as opposed to the the one below it. Obviously, it throws a lot of red flags out to people. I'd like to see it rewritten in a different way that reflects the value of the stock or whatever it is related to what it is that we are still to build, the forecast sales as well, to see what it should correctly show. I mean, at the end of the day, we knew we had 250 sunk cost, and then we calculated the cost of the cabins that we were looking to sell based on all these other additional bits and pieces. So the sale price of the cabins for what has been spent was identified for that. We were hoping to get more, but it was based on cost recovery. So we cannot be in a situation where we would have a variance, for example, of those hundreds and hundreds of thousands over and above the 250 that we do already understand will be a loss.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, happy to see those numbers.
Thank you. Your Worship.
Yeah, I think it should be highlighted that we changed the critical pathway of this in removing the cabins. The actual loss to me is that every week, if we had 8 cabins, which we have, there's 2,400 in rent, which we originally were going to get. And that's the loss. Far less the fact that we're not fully utilising the potential in Milton with the cycle trail or any other thing, and the loss that it would have injected, the impetus it would have injected into the community. So I think we're looking at the loss the wrong way. We made a decision around here that we're uplifting the cabins. We didn't know that that was going to leave underground infrastructure pretty much sitting high and dry, then you didn't think about it. 2,400 at $300 a week, we would fill them every day of the week. That's the loss.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is there any further questions before I close this off? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I thought it could be of interest, 7.3. The Milton Community Pool and the Library Hub. Just looking at the spend chart there, Donna, so far to date, is this what it's cost us? The cost to date, $747,000 and $713 to get to
correct
where we are today.
Yep.
Is there a period for this amount of money?
Oh, yes, through you, Chair. So this project had started before I even started at council. So there were some costs associated with that. And since I've been at council and project managing this project, we've purchased some land and we've had some professional service costs, et cetera, et cetera. So these costs have been over a number of years.
So that's inclusive of the land purchase, the consultation costs associated with going to the public.
Correct.
And the council staff working with the community.
Correct.
That's a lot of money, isn't it?
2019.
6 years.
It's a lot of money. It's just under 100,000. Well, it's more than $100,000 a year, Councillor Finch. So.
Correct, that's why we raised it to council and we seek your advice going forward.
But one thing, through you, Mr. Chairman, I mean, one thing that might be of use to you would be how much of that is an asset, right? In that sense, you know, like how much is it the house and the land purchased? There's a value to that. That's part of the cost, right? So that features because if you make a different decision, it's an asset that could be sold. So, you know, not all of it is just consultants' fees for project work being done. There's actual physical costs associated with the project that have been put in place. So, you know, that could be further detailed. You should be aware of it.
Well, possibly it could be a good thing to have that detailed too, so the public are aware of it as well. If the councillors aren't aware of it, the public certainly won't be. So I didn't know there was a house and land involved myself.
It's two.
Two.
Yeah, I mean, and just to make the point, Mr. Chairman, this is actually an approved project, right? So it's not like, it has been gone through the stages of being a funded project to be actioned, which is what we're actioning, and would have continued to action had the, you know, the final tender costs not identified the $2 million difference, right? So, you know, until or unless council had changed that, council had gone through an approval process to proceed with the project. So we were spending the funds in accordance with the approved project to do the approved work.
I appreciate everything that's gone on behind the scenes, but I'm a first-term councillor, not as new in the role. It's all new to us, and I think it'll be a lot of that information will be new to the public too. So to create a formed decision on whichever direction anyone goes, it's good to know the full story, complete journey.
But the other point is that it is fully included in budget. Like, it's not additional to, it was all part of the costing budget.
Thank you, Tom.
Probably Councillor Finch last. Oh no, sorry, Councillor McAtemney. Sorry, there's two hands. There's one up behind you.
Pointing at him.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick fire question again on that milk and pool costs. So the total forecast spend 18.676. Is that plus or minus the $2 million from the Bruce community?
That's inclusive.
Yeah.
Inclusive. Okay. Thank you. I think we've had enough. So I'll take you back to page 56. We do have a recommendation here that we received on this report. Thank you very much, Donna.
Thank you.
Somebody to move. Councillor Kennedy, second. Councillor Graham. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion is carried. And that concludes our Infrastructure Strategy and Operations Committee meeting for today. In a record time, I believe, Councillor Graham.
Yeah, no, it was well done, Kenny. Bloody good.
Dogan is obviously here.
There's one from Dave. He's asleep, I think.
No, just wait for things to get moving. It's the cogs will turn.
So somebody to move that apology for us, please. Thank you.
Was it?
It's the dark last.
Oh, one of the
Yeah,
Blues Brothers.
Not sure who it is, but anyway. Seconder.
All comedians today, huh?
Thank you. Councillor Mulweiler seconded it. All those in favour?
Right.
Thank you. That is carried. Any declarations of interest? Councillor Martin.
Madam Chair, item number 3 on the agenda, these are all aware of my involvement with the playground, so I don't know if you want to consider that as a declaration of interest or conflict of interest, but I'll be more than happy just to have my discussion on it, not vote.
Right.
Sorry,
Whitehaven Street Playground for
Yeah.
Councillor Martin.
and what was the exact nature of the relationship?
You're just helping, aren't you?
Well, I'm sort of chair of the committee, and
You're chair.
if you can remember, if you can recall your memories
Yes.
back to 3 years
Yes.
ago, I was here cap in hand
Yes,
on
you
behalf
were.
of the community, so
Yeah.
the long-term plan would be.
Yeah.
So,
we'll let you stand back from all of that. Thank you.
from
for that.
all of it, can I not even give you an update?
No. Sorry, you're confident. You push back from the table, thank you, sir. Thanks for that. No public forum.
Sorry, you've opened
Yes, have opened the meeting. No deputations. Thank you. So we'll move on to item number 1. And Olivia was coming.
Well, she is, Madam Chair, and she was just with some customers and she just closed up, so she is on her way. However, I mean, it's a road naming report, so it's relatively basic in terms of how that works.
Open discussion.
And it's giving you some options, and hopefully, well, there's a fair few options. At the end of the day, we can leave it to council to hopefully propose the right
Yes, so discussion. Mayor Cadogan.
Thank you for this. Yeah, this is a long historical issue with me. I was chair of subdivision 20 years ago when council purchased the block of land and the Sukigar Terrace subdivision as such. So look, it's a real plea actually, because back then there was an old fella who owned the land, Aussie Sim. Aussie Sim owned the land and he was rather impassioned about his community. Good old guy. And when he did the initial discussions, I would say it's fair to say that he conceded quite a bit to make sure that the subdivision went ahead. And I can hand on heart say there was an unwritten assurance that we were going to, in those days it was going to be Sim Drive. Due to situations being what they were, we got called Sukigawa, which I know really upset the Sim family. They felt that it was a breach of the honour that they'd gone in and given us the discount price and the efforts that they went to. Now we've finally got, because remember we did the Sukigawa bit and that's sat vacant for years. Now we've got an opportunity to honour a verbal agreement. I know it was only a verbal agreement, but hand on heart it took place. The Sim Road, Sim Drive, Sim option is taken away because there's already a Sim one. But there's a reason why Oswald Drive has been put in there after Aussie Sim. We've contacted the family to, hey, do you mind if that's changed? I know that Wayne Sim doesn't hold back on calling a spade, and he's told me from time to time how disappointed or saddened the family were that we didn't uphold our end to the agreement. We've got a chance to solve this now, and I really plead with you all. I'm the only one that was here from those days that did the negotiations. I don't care what the other name of the road is, but Oswald Drive would certainly tidy up a whole lot of loose ends.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ludeman.
I actually had to speak in support of that too, because I can remember actually quite back in that time as well. And, you know, and Aussie Sim, okay, he did own the land, but he was also a teacher here at the high school for years. So I just think it is, we've got a chance to make amends with the family, and I don't mind the name, Oswald Court, so I'll be in support of that.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm just wondering how many gecko, sea lions and penguins are actually in that area, or those flowers. Is there abundance of shrubs, whatever? So I think we've really got to think about that as well.
Thank you for that.
Madam Chair, we were just, when we were looking at things, we were just certainly suggesting that going by themes. So if you were thinking particularly that the theme was going to be historical nature, because of the, there's a general consensus to be determined, but general consensus around the use of Oswald's in some form, then the theme would be historical, and then some other suggestions for the other roads, so that you would keep the historical theme for the two roads rather than interrupt the theme by throwing something else in there, flora, fauna. So that was the way we were seeing. Otherwise, you would theme flora, theme fauna. But if you're going to go down historical, our suggestion would be keep it historical and look for another historical name for the other one.
And through the chair as well, we did look at and check that all those, if you guys did want to go for a flora fauna option, that those plants were actually local to the district, and for the fauna as well. So just to clarify that matter there.
Thank you. Further discussion before we go to questions? Questions? Oh, sorry. Forgive me today. Councillor Graham.
So just answering that, so is Brown Top Fescue Drive an option?
No, not if we're going to go with the historical way, Councillor.
No, I'm talking about the local fauna. Brown Top Fescue, to those that don't know, is it grass?
Hasn't been anybody speak on the flora fauna option yet. Mayor Cadogan.
Yeah, look, so moving, and I really plead with you, please, Oswald Court would be one, but I've lived in this town all my life. The other three haven't got a clue. It's not like, I live in Sukigar Terrace, and actually it's a pain in the butt every time I have to think how to spell it. But that aside, the spelling, that there is a definite connection between Captain Sukigawa, the town. He was the captain of the steamship Clutha, and there's a historical connection. The other three names, and no disrespect to them, but that immediate historical connection isn't there. Whereas I think anyone that's had any grounding in that, they knew that all this land out here was Sims land. So the Sim connection, but I'm hesitant with the other three. There's not a name that's bouncing out at me. But could I please take the liberty of, if I move recommendation 1 and take the first step in recommendation 2 in trying to move the Oswald Porter's name as one of them?
I'll take recommendation 1 at the moment. I'll come back to you for recommendation 2.
Thank you.
So a seconder for recommendation 1. Thank you, Councillor Mackie. All those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. That is, I didn't ask if there was any opposed. That is carried. Councillor Kennedy.
To put my 2 cents worth in, Oswald Court, whichever, is fine. So you've got Suki terrace up there, so then go to Newham Court for the engineer of the Clutha Bridge. You've got the boat that went down the river, under the bridge, and the local land. That's my suggestion.
Probably just be Way, Newnham Way.
Newnham Way.
Because it would
How
be.
do you say it? Is the N silent? No?
Newnham.
The H is silent.
And through the chair, to clarify as well, for the suffixes, you can change them. So there's some, so for like road A, if it's a cul-de-sac, the suffix either be closer court, and for a road B, if it's an access lot, it could be way. So you can change them around slightly. So there's that option too.
Thank you. Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I'm just going to throw my hat in the ring for the support of Oswald or some, or perhaps both of them. For the mere fact that I do know that it's the most significant name to our generation. And it was his land and all the other things that have already been said. And I would support something like perhaps Oswald Court with some road or some whatever, and use both of them.
Through the chair, we cannot use Sim Lane or Road because there is already a road in the district called Sim. Otherwise, that would have been the option that we put forward, and that's why we went to Oswald in this course.
Yeah. Further discussion? Councillor Martin?
Through you, Madam Chair. And as you're aware, I do not have the history, local history as a number of the councillors do here, but if there was any slight inkling that there might have been some wrongdoing in the past, I think now is the appropriate time moving forward that to make the wrongs right and instill a bit more money back into around the table that has happened in the past. So I'd be in favour of reinstilling a bit more money around the table.
Thank you for that. Mayor Cadogan?
Can I just have a clarification? You know, like if we've got a Sim Road, are we not also allowed to have a Sim Lane or Sim, you're not?
It's the reason for that is that if there's if the fire department gets called out and there's different things that can be really confusing, because there's quite a good reason for why you can't actually have two.
Shouldn't.
Sorry, shouldn't.
And you've got a Sim cars, right?
Thank you for that. Councillor Ludeman?
I just like to move progress here and.
He's going to move
Well,
it.
can I hurry along? Let's get it.
You've got another opinion, another name?
I want to see that happening, we name it Oswald.
Right, everybody had a fair discussion, so
Yes.
I'll go back to Mayor Cadogan and
So I don't have a second one, but thanks, Sally, I would like to push along, so at least I know that's entrenched. So I'd move Oswald Court as, which one did you have it, that it should be a court, should be the cul-de-sac or the, is that the road A?
So if you take the, look, Road A is the cul-de-sac, so that would be the wider road. Road B is the access road, which is the narrower road, slightly longer, but I would have thought the hierarchy would be the cul-de-sac is probably the more important road.
So I moved that Road A is named Oswald Court, please.
Oswald Court, and a second suggestion for the other one while we're at it, no?
One at a time, thanks.
Fine, and councillor Ludeman seconded it. Any further discussion? Put the motion, all those in favour of A being Oswald Court, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That is carried, thank you. So on to Road B. I would like to start this off.
Well, Councillor Kennedy suggested.
Oh, I've got one. Sorry. Yeah, I know, I just had that moment.
Would you like to go with your suggestion, councillor Kennedy, and then I'll go to Mayor Cadogan?
I'll allow Mayor to say, I think, he does live in the area.
Councillor, Mayor Cadogan.
Sorry, just an epiphany moment. With the recent passing of our Kamaka and Maureen Wiley, I know there's a Wiley Road, but there's not a Maureen Road. And I think it's certainly a step in the direction I'd like to take. The Wiley, what was that? You know, it would have to be, there is a Wiley Road, I can say. Sorry? Racky Road. Yeah, yeah, because that is the family, so that is the, I'd go with that one out.
Councillor McAtamaney, are you seconding his motion?
No.
Okay, so that wasn't a motion at this stage, a suggestion, councillor McAtamaney?
Yeah, just, there's a slight counter to that point, Brian, and alongside some of the other names that have been suggested. The connection with Raki is that coastal one, Kaka Point. So there's a couple of other names here, like that Oihu Way, the penguins and the sea lions. But perhaps if there is more development in the future, Kaka Point down there, those names could be saved.
More appropriate.
Saved for that area.
But we're going at the moment with historical significance.
That was the first one.
Yes, And so it was suggested if we start with a historical
Yeah, but
significance.
again, the Iraqi name, chances are in the future there will be more development at Capital Point.
For me, with, Maureen Wiley, our commander, only passed away a month or two ago. And consequently, that settled as soon as I thought of it. It's an opportunity to acknowledge the contribution they've made. It's not, and Raki is their founding family name, when Ruth does her speech.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you. Through you, I think we had a similar conversation when we were naming road out there, and it was just following the passing of the ex-Deputy Mayor Collins. So I think, and I think it was brought up then, that we can knee-jerk suggestions, whereas there's probably, I would think as far as the Wiley one, there's probably more appropriate places that will come up that her naming of that road would be more appropriate.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bolweiler.
I don't think it's appropriate for us to use that name until we've consulted the family. So to move things on, actually, I'm going to, if I can I move that Newnham Way, the road be named Newnham Way. And I think the Clutha is the engineer and chief of the Clutha Bridge, I understand. I know that from this report. So that's a significant feature in our district, and I think I think it was Councillor Payne pointed out that there's a relationship between Circular Terrace and the bridge with the river there, and so I think that's appropriate. I've got nothing against those other two suggestions there as well, so I'm happy to move that Newnham Way be the.
Thank you for that, Councillor Phelps. You said first you're going to second that. Thank you. Any further discussion? Mayor Cadogan.
Yeah, I really want us to have a think about this, and no disrespect, Bruce, but having lived in this town all my life, Newman Court, there will be absolutely no connection, name association between, it's not like Sukigawa, yeah, that's the steamer captain, it's a name. So I think the proposal will be to contact the Wiley family while we were taking a plug at it. There could be a more than suitable name that their family comes up with the contribution that Maureen has given, with the fact that it's an appropriate time, I believe, because you think the last time we named a road was Sukigawa Terrace, which was about, the last one in Belputha was about five. Yeah, so we have done a few, but they're few and far between, and actually as we enter a stage of challenge, shall we say, there might be even few and far further between. Each and every one of us around this table knew Maureen, we knew the contribution, and actually how we gone so long that we haven't had a Raki or a Wiley or something that's probably a damning indictment on us. I'd really like to leave this on the table for the opportunity for the Wiley family to come back with a name that they feel is appropriate to acknowledge Maureen's contribution. And if at that point, the name that comes back, if we think that Newman Court or any of the others is better, we'll say better to do it on the day. I'll acknowledge that the Maureen and the Raki is our interpretation. But I think in respect to Maureen, it's an opportunity to acknowledge her contribution, and we should give the family the chance to come up with a suitable name.
Further discussion, Councillor.
Just a point, Madam Chair, just to bear in mind, if we are looking to acknowledge the mana of the family and that side of things, the road you're looking at naming is a minor access road, and I'm just making a point that, you know, that is, it's not even it's not a full road, right? It's not anything like that. And I just question, just for you to consider that, you know, it's having determined the cul-de-sac is the minor thing.
My concern is that the next time a road comes along, most of us will be us that will have moved on, and so the direct connection to Maureen and her contribution will have moved on. It's not ideal, but I'm just throwing it out there that it's a whole lot better than a name, no disrespect to the Newman family or the contribution. There's absolutely not a drop of association that I know with, and no clue the person who know it.
Thank you for that, councillor Graham.
Yes, really. I think taking into account that Maureen and Bill lived down Wongaloa, and the amount of development in Belclutha and Kaitangata, there's going to be an opportunity to name a road or a street closer to where they resided.
Thank you for that, councillor Payne.
Yeah, pretty much the same. I take on board what Councillor McAtamney's contributed, and I actually like the thought of actually getting back into the area, Kaka Point being the main area, I would have thought. However, what I'm struggling with here is the fact that we've only got 4 options. And I'm just thinking the time frame thing for me would be perhaps let's go away. It could be Teachers Drive, for goodness sakes, or something that leads into Oswald, you know. He was a school teacher, you know, anything like that. There's lots of other options that we haven't even had a look at. So the time frame for me, I do agree with.
Just something about that, Madam Chair. I mean, like the system, I mean, Olivia would say to me, there were 50,000 options that we had, and we didn't want to put 50,000 options into your report because you'd be debating 50,000 times. And poor old Olivia had to have some filtering exercise that she's done her best to do, where we said theming, flora, fauna, and historical, and get some ideas that. And the other part is that we asked for people to give us suggestions, because we did that as well and got that. So the whole system of road naming is one thing where you've got that. Secondly, timing, like the titles, where if we've sold a property already without a street name, and you know we're waiting for titles, and street names are required to complete the process, and so you know we're only meeting. This is our 5th of December is the last meeting for council. So just bear in mind that aspect around things, and you know we don't have a brilliant system for road naming.
If I could add, if I could add to the chair, if we did go for Raki, we would, because of the nature of the name, be consulting likely with Okaha and Taramadma as well, as per our policy. So we'd need to check with them as well that they were comfortable with that name for this particular area.
Mayor Cadogan.
So further to it.
Point of order.
Warren's last.
Standing orders, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but it's not resolved yet.
Yes,
So if I can remind everyone where Maureen lived her last days, just out over here.
it was
we've
actually at her daughter's house, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
so it's just over here, looking onto it's as close as it will be to any road ever. But 5th of December is it. And no disrespect, Olivia, but I'm sure that if the 4 Belclutha councillors and myself, people would have, I don't know, probably a couple of 100 years of living in this town, have been asked, we wouldn't have come up with the names that are there. And it's not sitting right with me as a local that we just pluck a Newman Court out. Yes, sure enough, and no disrespect. Can we please have the opportunity? We've got Oswald Court there. Can we please have the opportunity to come back and readdress this and give it the 2 weeks for the 5th of December so that we can do it right?
Just make the point, Madam Chair, we asked all councillors, Your Worship, including Belclutha councillors, for their suggestions.
Yeah, and I came up with Oswald Drive, but did the others?
Okay, councillor Bolweiler.
I will close the debate since I was the mover. There's no other speakers.
Yes, doesn't appear there is.
Well, I'm not going to withdraw the motion anyway. I think we've got a name that reflects the history of the district. Councillors around this table, and I was one of them, was given a chance to make a contribution on this. I didn't make any suggestions at all on this. I think got an historical name here. Council is doing further subdivisions down at Stirling. That is a place close to where much closer to where the Raki family lived in the early times in the balloon at Inchclutha. I think there will be more roads going in there, and probably more significant than this road B that is on this plan here. And we can come back, no doubt, and come back with another 50 other names here and debate it. So it's a name that has been proposed and which I'm happy to support, has historical significance to Balclutha. Okay, people may not be aware of that fact at the moment, but I think it's always good to remind people of that history, and they want to know where the name came from. I'll say it came from somebody who was involved with the design of the Balclutha Bridge, which is an iconic landmark in our district. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, that closes the debate, and there's been a lot of discussion backwards and forwards. So I would like to put the motion. All those in favour of it being called Newham Way, say aye. I'd like a raise of hands, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Are you voting, Madam Chair?
No, I will refrain from voting.
10, Madam Chair.
And those opposed?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
That is passed. Would you like your opposition recorded?
Yeah.
Yes. You got this. Thank you for that. And moving on, thank you, Olivia. Moving on to item number 2, and it's also an item for decision.
Kia ora. So I'm here to present the compliance strategy. So I've mentioned before that our planning team is looking to improve the way that we do compliance, which aligns with the RMA and the district plan. So today we're presenting the draft compliance strategy, and also underneath that strategy would also like to produce in time a noise control policy, resource consent monitoring policy, permitted activity monitoring policy, and district plan non-compliance policy, and that will assist with our obligations under the RMA. I'll take the report as read. Thank you.
Questions? Hello, questions? Thank you, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Olivia. It's quite an intensive report you've done here. How many hours do you think you've dedicated to this project?
I can't take all the credit, so Olivia Dixon, who's our planning officer, she put on all the hard yards. I'd have to ask her, but a decent amount of time. And we did also look at examples of what other territorial authorities are doing, as well as some best practice documentation to get to this. But yeah, full credit must go to Olivia Dixon. I know it's confusing with 2 Olivias.
I know there's been a lot of work done, yeah, and well done.
Right, any questions? Comments, discussions? Thank you, Councillor Volweiler.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Just on page 20, there is a heading, what a complainant can expect. And it says that the complainant, is also encouraged to send in photographs of the alleged breach if the complainant feels safe to do so. I think there should also be something along the lines that, I've written down the complainant will be encouraged to send in photographs of the alleged breach if these can be legally obtained, because there might be the temptation. People might think they can walk onto private property and take photographs or gather other information which they're not actually legally entitled to do, and which perhaps might compromise also any evidence gathering we should do. So I think there should be perhaps some reference along those lines.
Yeah, through the chair, noted. Yep, thank you.
Great point. And Wendy's taken a note of that. Thank you very much for
I
that.
also did have some minor
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kennedy.
Through you, Madam Chair, just carrying on from that, Olivia, because drone photography today is very, so I don't know where we sit and under that umbrella with drones.
Through the chair, yeah, that's a good question. I guess the intent of this is often people will take a photo of a sign and matters like that. So with drones, it's under the Civil Aviation Act. So if anyone is actually operating a drone and it's over private land, they are obligated to get the landowner's permission. So in my view, that's out of our jurisdiction in terms of drones.
Further comments, issues, anything about this you'd like to discuss? There's not, then we'll go back to page 8 and there is the recommendations there. Somebody willing to move those recommendations for us?
Happy to move, Madam Chair, option, recommendation 1 and 2A.
2A, adopt the compliance strategy.
Should that be 2B with the amendments?
Oh,
Yes.
your amendment.
Yes.
Well, happy to move that, if that amendment, sorry.
Somebody willing to second that? Councillor Graham. Any further discussion? There's not. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, so that's number 1 and number 2B. All
I
those
can
in
add recommendation 3 onto that, can't I?
You can do.
Yeah, because it's so
Yes.
we've taken option B, so
Yeah.
then it just lists things. So happy to include.
3 as well.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. So, yeah, you're happy to have 3 included? Yes. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those opposed? Nobody. Thank you for that. We'll move on.
Thank you.
We'll move on to page number 23. Thank you for that, Olivia. And so this is the Whitehaven Street Playground. And yep, we'll just wait a wee second while we get the mouse. And Councillor Martin, you're pushing back from the table, so you're not part of this item. Thank you very much. Right, got the mouse. Thank you very much. And this is another item for decision, and it's the Whitehaven Street Playground additional funding. Mike, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I should note, I think that this actually should be an item for recommendation. That's my understanding. Which would mean that recommendation 2 there would be that the committee recommend council approve the funding.
Thank you.
But aside from that, so that's in terms of the format of the report, just note that since the report was prepared, so there was a request two requests through to the Lawrence Tuapeka Community Board to assist with funding for this matter. That went to that committee last week, and they were not approved. So at this stage, we're asking for the full amount through this paper. But apart from that, happy to take any questions.
So just one addition to the resolution though, wasn't it, Mike, is that the resolution 2 is that in terms of approving funding, the funded from is that effectively that we're suggesting that actually be shifted to funded through the funded via the annual plan. So we're not determining at this point what the funding stream is, but we can put it to the annual plan to determine the funding stream. Plus, the annual plan process allows us to also address the question of what's happening with the community board and that side of things. So it just allows it just gives the respective approval, and then we sort the funding through the annual plan process, which gives us an ability to discuss further with the various people.
Thank you for that. Everyone's clear on that. Councillor Ludeman.
I was going to ask if there was any funding available from the airplace funds that have gone to Lawrence, from the airplace funds to be transferred to this project.
Through you, Madam Chair, not there are outplaced funds still available, but they're not allocated to this type of project. They're for other types of work. So around Gabriel's Gully, etc.
And has it been all allocated?
That's apart from that, that's the only thing remaining here. So there's no other really suitable funding streams, I guess, from that outplaced funding.
But the point might be, for example, that if you're putting it to the annual plan, you can ask valid questions like, what is the state of funding to community plan implementation projects in Lawrence? And you can do all that sort of homework around, is diversion a better way or whatever, right? So that gives us that ability.
And another question is, what was the reason why the Lawrence Tuapiki Community Board decided to not approve funding? What was their reasoning behind that?
Through the chair, I wasn't actually at that meeting, so I can't.
Somebody must know.
Yeah, Kelly was there, he might be able to comment.
Okay, Councillor Martin, you can answer that question.
I'm
Just
allowed to
briefly.
speak now.
That's all you
Very briefly.
Oh, you're so kind, Madam Chair.
I was also.
No, the community board referred it back to the council because at the time, community board don't have the funds, the Kate Leslie Trust fund was skimmed. And they gave $1,200 to another community group. And they didn't see that the fund was available, any other funds were available
Thank you for that.
at that time.
Councillor Herbert.
Thank you. So just going back to, and I kind of agree with the annual plan approach, but given the contract is already on site, we need to progress the payment of it. But you're saying pay for it now, but actually decide where the funds are going through the annual plan process.
So through you, Madam Chair, no, the report says I end up committing it. I didn't feel there was a choice in terms of that program. So we've said it came to me and I had to make a decision and I committed to it. I'm reporting to you I committed to it. Right? So that's happened, it's a committal. And then, but it is coming to you because you do have to report these things, reporting it to you. And then saying, okay, well now there's the funding. If you choose to say no, well, we're in trouble because I've already committed it, right? But that is the nature of the report.
So, no, I'm not saying. My next question would be, so playgrounds are sort of bread and butter and everyday work for us. And this is the ground preparation and the softball stuff. So where do we normally take it out of? Like all the playgrounds we've done up around the place, where does that funding normally come from?
Yeah, well, through the chair. So this project is being led by that community committee.
Yep.
So council is obviously keeping a close eye on the project as well. So we're monitoring what they're up to. But and we've also provided quite a bit of funding towards the project, but they're actually managing the day-to-day operations, including this piece of work.
So there's been other playgrounds done around. So each method is a wee bit different, perhaps.
But also, Mike, it's true, isn't it, that the community contribution was this work, which wasn't actually acceptable, and then was redone by the contract, and that's where the cost was incurred. The community had actually done the work as part of the project and as part of their part of our funding and their contribution, but it wasn't acceptable for and so the contractor was there, and so the decision was taken. Let's not waste it. It's got to be done. Community expects it. That's why the decision was taken to allow it, and that's their needs and expend. We have to fund it as a consequence.
Mayor Cadogan.
Thank you. Yeah, I was at the community board meeting and so in fairness, while the Kate Leslie Fund didn't have the resources, the wider project funds was available. But let's look at what we're sitting around here discussing. We've got a community that's busted its guts and put a whole lot of effort in. They've come up with 250,000 of their own money. They've hit a snag, and quite rightly the CEO stepped in because someone had to pay it. What are we messing around our team? We've got a few problems to work through, but this isn't one of them. When a community's raised 250 and they come to us with a snag that's a whole 10,000, in fact, I'm happy to move recommendations 1 and 2 that we accept.
Not at this stage. Thank you. Come back to you. Councillor Ludeman.
Well, I was going to ask, coming out of the community fund, that would be where playgrounds would normally come out of funding, wouldn't it
Well, Parks and Reserves.
Parks and
that's
Reserves.
But, no, that's normal maintenance through Madam Chair. Our contributions were from the investment. Surplus.
Councillor Payne?
Thank you. My question's really been answered, but page 24, the very top opening sentence, it says that the committee have made funding application to KPC Trust, which, if successful, would reduce the actual amount required. Obviously, it's been turned down. It doesn't say that in this report.
No, it doesn't.
No. So we've established that ground, haven't we? Yeah. So it was just a fuzzy area for me because it alluded to the fact that maybe they would make something and that figure would change, but that's fine. Sure, should make it clarified for me.
Further questions? Discussion. Councillor Bowen.
I guess then, just to be clear, or I'm trying to be clear on what recommendation 2 of any possible motion would be, is it that the Regulatory and Community Committee recommends council considers funding for ground preparation of the playground through the annual plan?
Yeah.
Ground's already been prepared though.
No, so I think it's necessary to say that you approve funding to be determined through the annual plan.
If you're willing to.
If that's what you're, because I think it's important. I mean, what's the point of the resolution unless we're going to ask you to say yes in terms of what I did, but then you're just putting the funding question to the annual plan.
Answer your question.
So it's $10,617.
Yes.
Mayor Cadogan.
Yeah, if I can now move them, 10,600 and whatever it was from the investment account. I'm at that place.
Is there a seconder for those?
So that's slightly different, Madam Chair, to determining at the annual plan. It's just
It just gets done, Steve. You know, what are we messing around at? This tidies it up. We've got money in the investment account. It's not like we're going to come back and go, no, you did it wrong. We're going to stitch this up and give the playground a whole lot of grief. I'm saying we should move on with it. There is money in the investment account. Can we please get on to something?
Yeah, just called the investment account. Councillor Mackie, were you seconding that? Right, further discussion before we put the motion? No.
I'm going to have some, I mean, look, I'll probably have to support it because we've got to, it's been pre-approved, but I'm actually disappointed that the community board were not prepared to support at least some of this funding. So I'm going to make that comment and I'd like that, I guess, recorded. Well, I think it's disappointing the community board have not actually been prepared to support this project in their community. It was desperate for the funding to finish and that they weren't prepared. They basically said, well, we're not going to pay for it, go to council. Well, actually, that kind of annoys me because they have project funding as well.
You'll close the debate. So is there anybody else want to say anything, ask any questions, discussion before the mayor closes the debate? No? Mayor Cadogan.
Yeah, just so that people are aware, there was 2 funding applications from my memory at the community board. There was limited, I'm going to say $1,200 or something like that they could have got from the Kate Leslie Fund, but that was for the 2. They gave the money to the 1 because it wasn't going to sort out the playground anyway, and they were left high and dry from the Kate Leslie Fund and couldn't do it. Now, that's my take on it. They definitely had 2. They went with the other one. They didn't have the money available in the Kate Leslie to sort out the playground anyway.
Right, put the motion. You're all clear what you're voting on? The amount of money and it's coming from the investment fund.
Just put investment surplus, please, Wendy.
Yep. Right. All those in favour, say aye and raise your hands, please.
Aye. Everybody, because
Okay, unanimous. Thank you for that. Moving on, thank you. Page 26.
Steve, I couldn't even speak.
Yeah, the way it is. And this is an item for information and it's item number 3. Mike.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Yeah, so I'll be happy to take the report as read, and you'll see from the graph on page 28 that obviously, really starting to tick off some of these community plan projects now. Really, some of these communities are really cranking into it, and it's they're doing really well. It's good to see. But sticking with playgrounds, I just invited Ella King along here today. So Ella is the secretary of the community committee in Clinton, but she's also was leading the revamp of the Clinton playground, which has recently been completed. So she just wanted to say a few words.
Welcome, thank you.
So firstly, I just want to say a massive thank you to the council for backing our project, especially from my family, but also the community, the Clinton people who are there all the time, and the thousands of people who do pass through Clinton Triangle daily. So a brief recap on how our project started and where it is now was almost 10 years ago in 2015. My friend and I were at the Clinton Triangle with my toddler Zeke, and we were talking about how the playground lacked equipment for toddlers. And then that night, Zeke actually passed away in his sleep from sudden unexplained death in children, and he was 14 months old. Over the next couple of months, we were, our family and friends raised $7,000 secretly and donated it to Matt and I, with my husband, to go towards his funeral or anything. And we wanted to do something for Zeke's memory and for the community. So that's how the fundraising started for the playground. And then that's the first playground we put in there was the toddler one. So that project came to between about $15,000 and $20,000 for a working bee and the playground piece. So I worked with Lucia and Jules from the council, and that was 2015. And then 3.5 years later, in 2019, we done it again, and we raised about $10,000 to put another playground piece there. This year in March, if Zeke was alive, he would have turned 10, so we started the process again. We're aiming bigger for this time. 10-year-olds love mouse houses, so that was our end goal. Mouse houses can range from $60,000 to $80,000, and sometimes double that if you have one like your guys' town hall one across the road there. So at this point, the mouse house was just an unrealistic goal. Depending on how much money we had fundraised, we did have a few cheap options, and we were going to take them to the school and make the final decision. But it took us about 3 months to raise 25 grand. That didn't include any of the donated materials. So we had 25 grand that came from the family, friends, Clinton community businesses, local groups, the Lions, the Young Farmers, and our Clinton Community Committee. So at this stage, the mouse house was still well out of our reach. We were only halfway there. And it was about now that we learned about the Our Place funding. So once I had met up with Mike on a site meeting, explained to him the goal we were heading towards, and through the community committee, we applied for the funding. There was quite a lot there for the reserves and park part of it. And so luckily enough, we were to get the council support and matched us up to $30,000. So with this amount of funding and support, the end goal of the mouse house was now much more achievable, and the project was underway. And then once everyone sort of found out that the council was such a huge support, the donations just kept coming in after that. We had more money donated, we had more materials. The place who make the mouse houses donated an extra piece of playground equipment, so there was 2 there now. Alice, who paints all the murals, she's painting a mural and stuff. So thanks to the Our Place funding scheme and Mike and Stacey from the council, just over a month ago we had our 3rd working bee at the Clinton Triangle with the help of many volunteers, licensed builders, contractors and more. We installed the mouse house, a monkey pole, we've repainted the whole playground, extended it, rebarked, planted trees, added in a garden, and also a footpath down from the road down to the playground. We had an extra $10,000 in donations there, so we have ordered another piece of playground equipment, which is coming this week. Hopefully, it's a little fire engine. Once this arrives, we'll have a smaller working bee to touch up some of the paint work. And so in conclusion, I do believe we would have had a third working bee and added another playground piece this year, but having the council support and a very generous donation, it's made the project even bigger than what I could have expected. And working with Mike and Stacey has been seamless with great communications from our group to their group. And in my opinion, I think the end result is better, like that we've worked together than what we could have done on our own. So yeah, thank you again for the support and
Congratulations. And wonderful, like to have somebody like you in the community, and that's an amazing thing to do in memory of your loved son. Congratulations, well done. We need a lot more people like you in the communities. Thank you very much. Wonderful.
So thanks, Madam Chair. So are you happy to take any questions or
Any questions of the rest of Mike's report? Any further questions? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Madam Chair, just on the heritage toolbox that we've been working with, Mike, if you'd like to give everyone a bit of a brief update on our meeting that myself and Roger Cotton from the Lawrence Chippy Community Board went along with Mike to Heritage New Zealand, and it was very fruitful.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So yeah, heritage is obviously ranked pretty highly within the Lawrence Tuapeka Community Plan, and there's been sort of various ideas kicked around over the years, but finally we've got some funding available, and there's going to be some work done by a trusted consultant to look at providing a range of resources for I guess building owners across the district, not just in Lawrence, but so heritage building owners in particular, in terms of renovating, maintaining, improving what you can and can't do with heritage buildings. So it's a start. So hopefully be quite a useful piece of information.
Wonderful. That's wonderful news. Thank you very much. Any further discussion, questions on Mike's report, please? Councillor Ludeman.
I'm just wanting to check on the pump track at the Centennial Park. So that in the discussions with the athletic club, that has come to a suitable outcome for the pump track and for the playground.
Through the chair, that has been progressed. There's been some information provided to the athletics club around the what council previously approved in terms of the master plan for down at Centennial Park. So that's sort of outside my area, but what I've been doing is looking to update that community relationship agreement with the trust, just to confirm, their priorities. I've had those explained to me, but obviously it's nice to get that down and just confirm how we're going to work together with that trust over the next couple of years.
So a letter has gone stating the position, or restating the position through you, Madam Chair. We haven't had any response yet, and I would expect that there'll be a response to it, but we've just stated the council position, and that's the way it is at this point.
I kind of find it disappointing because that happened a long time ago, and that group have done so well in the work that they've done. I mean, the pump tracks obviously about to go, and they're also on the planning for the second part of the playground, and it's just a shame that they're almost having to deal with this. So I'm just hoping that we were coming to a suitable.
Well, and also we did make it clear to the trust that it wasn't their problem, that it was that council will deal with it, and we have advised the athletics of the position that was council's strategic decision around the use of Centennial Park, which was not for athletics.
Councillor Graham.
Through you, Madam Chair, and I don't know if I slept through it or whatever, but did we ever resolve the issue of the club rooms down there?
Through you, Madam Chair, initially there was moves for council to take on the club rooms. There were some issues associated with the liability and all that side of things. And as we're working our way through that, the discussion became off the table, and it was on the basis that it was actually in full use by the owners of the building. So we never took it any further, and we didn't proceed with it.
Mayor Cadogan.
Yeah, thank you for that. Page 31, just an update that you want, the Balcluta walking and cycling, the Floodbank Trail, which was the #1 choice of Balcluta for the project through the community plan, has been placed in the ORC hands for a number of years now, quite frustratingly. But I met with Richard, the CEO of Regional Council last week down there, and the blockage has been removed, shall we say, and they will be coming back to council just after Christmas. Maybe they've already done it, or what their plans are. It might need a wee bit of input from us, but we'll see what they come back with. But at least finally, after all these years, it's back in our court to do something with it.
Wow, that's great. Any further questions, discussions of Mike's report? No, then there's a recommendation that we receive the community projects update report on the 21st of November. Somebody like to move that? Councillor Graham, and seconded by Councillor Herbert. No further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. And back to Olivia again. And this is for information once again, and it's item number 5 on page 41. Planning update report.
Kia ora again. So a few key points in the report. The planning team continues to achieve 100% for their stats. For the district plan side of things, we're currently working on the first tranche topics, which is updating the district plan into the national planning standards as agreed at the last standing committee meeting. The planning team's also undertaking a lot of improvement projects currently. So the next meeting that we have, I'll update you on those. I also note that I attended the Otago Regional Council meeting at Te Poma yesterday, and they'd brought, which I've mentioned to you before, the Catlins Integrated Catchment Group paper to ORC to make a decision on, and ORC has approved that, so I can share that next time with the updates. It was really encouraging to see some of the great mahi that had gone on between the community, NGOs, DOC, ORC and ourselves as well to get a strategy that really encompasses people from all walks of life in the Catlins. So that was really nice to see. Other than that, I'll take the report as read. Thank you.
Congratulations, well done. Questions? Olivia's report? Discussion? No? Nothing at all. So then there's recommendation that we receive the planning update report. Somebody like to move that, please? Councillor McCrosty and seconded Councillor Volweiler. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And move on to item number 6, and it's for information. Kelly, welcome.
Kia ora koutou, everyone. Nice to be back with you again. Just a couple of items to bring to your attention, as always. Firstly, all cabins at Taylor Park have now gone. The works for reinstatement and improvements to the camping ground are now underway, and they'll be running together, so you'll continue to see things evolve over there shortly. Just to put the Mayor's mind at rest, there is a paper coming to you on the 5th, which will look at cabin build, the relationship with corrections and Milton. The good news there is that corrections are very keen to continue in some format, and we believe there are formats which would meet the needs of both parties, so that will come forward soon. The community housing survey is attached. The headline here really is no change. None of the results were above the level of or the margin of error. So people's satisfaction remains about the same. There might be a little bit of trend data there suggesting that people are becoming slightly less happy. Although when we go on site and start to say we're going to start replacing roofs and aluminium, they do look around and say, well, clearly that needs doing. So you may expect their satisfaction to drop slightly. Something that's very difficult to put into a report is verbal feedback we get. And since we reopened the pool in Balclutha, we've had a lot of comments coming across the front desk about how clean it is. People seem to be very happy with that. So that's just sort of an additional note. Last year we had 19 floats for the Christmas parade. Update today is we now have 36. So that's a significant improvement, and Lily's doing a lot of work to make sure that she meets her BHAG, again, big hairy audacious goal, of delivering the best Christmas parade ever. We also, on page 64, you'll see the first image of one of the replacement signs for local communities. So the process here is we contact the community through this community group. We ask them what they would like. That is the design that the Kaitangata community have approved. I believe last time Councillor Catherwood asked the sort of costs. The entire cost of one of those signs, or that particular sign, is about $1,350 for the design, printing and installation. We do them in pairs, so that's about $2,700. If you include the slightly bigger, more ornate signs that are around the district, that adds about $700. At the end of the day, that is a decision for that community to make, and the only difference is the speed at which we can get through those signs. We have a set budget and we stick within that. So it may take us slightly longer if more communities want slightly ornate signs. Youth Council had its final meeting on the 4th of November, and the feedback on that has been pretty positive for this year. I did, during the verbal submissions for the Milton Pool and Library Complex, there were a number of comments asking what was the voice of youth, what did youth want? And I think we may have missed an opportunity there to engage the Youth Council to represent youth and bring that to the council, so you had the voice, or their voice from them, and that is something we'll certainly try to do more in the future. Lily is also going to bring you a paper on the 5th list, just looking at representation of youth to our district and making sure that it's not just a school voice, but actually genuinely all of youth. So that'll be a paper for the 5th as well. Just a final note, Milton Pool obviously is open since this paper was written. That is open, it is running well, and the numbers are slightly up. So I'm not sure whether that's been particularly hot or whether all of the discussion around Milton Pool has driven up some more interest in it, but good to see more people using that facility. Happy to take the rest of the report as read and answer any questions you may have.
Questions? Councillor Barron.
Through you, the chair, just on that Milton Pool, what is the daily usage? I see it's 108 in Balclutha. What is Milton?
I apologise, I don't have that data yet. It's something new that hasn't come through. When I do see that report, I will send it to you.
Councillor Ludeman.
I've probably got a question around these welcome signs around the district. I always liked continuity, and we're going to have a whole lot of different signs. It's something we really haven't consulted on, I feel. And I actually raised concern about it. To be fair, I'd have liked to have some consultation to see how everyone felt. I just feel we'll have all these different ones all across the district. Look, there's nothing wrong with what's here for the Kaitangata one. We'll have so many different signs. Yeah, I question it. Sorry.
Well, so the answer to that's relatively simple, Madam Chair. We don't have in the work program to do a district sign, policy review for standardisation or non-standardisation, and until or unless we do, we're just moving ahead with the current way of doing things. So it's a bit like, you can ask for that, and you go, well, all right, well, that's a whole new body of work. you can imagine that we would have to do some resources to go down that pathway, to talk about standardisation, as we want to go. It's going to be district-wide, so we're going to talk to everybody about it. It's quite a big body of work. It's not on the program. So what do? Do you, if that's the case and it's not on the program, we're just doing what we have always been doing. We're doing what the program is. And, if we want to raise a new body of work, then we do it. And then I take off bits that we prioritise what we're going to knock off as a result. So I'm just making the point, Councillor Ludeman, you're right in terms of what you're asking, but the solution is a standardisation sort of policy work program that's not in anything we've got, and would have to be added onto something to do it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just a question, and it doesn't need to be done like he's at the moment. Look, everyone else might be happy, but I just questioning it.
Thank you. Councillor Graham?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, and I'm sure I've read somewhere or been told by my staff that the signs will be a standard size and the same general design.
So that is correct. There are limitations to what we can do. There is a standard sign size, and really the question is, what does the community want represented on that board? So they choose the colours, the themes, and whether they want a tagline or not. So there are some parameters, yes.
Thank you for that. Mayor Cadogan?
I was pretty sure, following on from Councillor Ludeman's one, that we have already established a standardised sign. We've got the standardised sign, and then we've got the information ones. They're all to be done the same. And consequently, what Ali's saying is, if we've got a policy to standardise the signs, and this is going away from it, we've actually reached our standard, the existing one. How we've got the green sign, it's always the same, so it's the green colour, it's that shape. There was a standardised sign, and that could have been 10, 15 years ago. Maybe it's time for a review, but I get what Ali means, that we've got the process to go through, and if this is different, then we have to follow the process.
Any further questions, discussions? I have a question on page 54, Taylor Park Camping Ground, reinstatement at Taylor Park, and you aren't sure if you're going to put soil back down, and you're investigating whether grass can be sown directly onto the gravel. I have a couple of concerns about that, and therefore what's going to happen with the pile of soil that's sitting in the old pool car park that's piled up there, because it's going to have to be moved somewhere or other, and wouldn't it be better being moved really close to where it was and just putting a bit of soil over before it's planted out? And the other question I have is over the pool opening, and last week I was told by two separate people that there was a bit of sewage leaking into the pool. Can you give me further information on that?
I can answer both of those questions, thankfully. Firstly, soil. So we have investigated sowing the metal. That works when the size of the metal is not as big as what we have here. So the plan at the moment is to further compact it, maybe scrape off 20 or 30 mil, and we will use that soil to reinstate for longer term. We're keen not to remove all the metal because that is a significant cost and is probably unnecessary. So it seems that we can save money by not doing that.
Right.
The rest of that soil will have to be disposed of afterwards, and that will obviously be after your decision with regards to the pool itself, because it may have a use beyond that. Yes, we have had two issues with the sewer at the pool. I can assure you it has not gone into the pool. These were sewer issues, they were maintenance issues, and they have both been repaired.
Okay, I was told there was floating stuff in the pool. It's nice to know that's not the case. Any further questions? Councillor Barron.
Just a statement through you.
No, this is questions.
Question: can the soil from there be used as a bund along there to create a bund between the campers and the green space, and kids could roll down it, or it could be a amphitheatre or something?
So thank you for the question. And through the chair, we've actually considered doing exactly that and forming a bit of an entryway to the camping ground and actually providing some privacy between the camping ground and the pool and the camping ground and the park. So yes, it is a potential use of that soil. We will wait, however, to know what the decision with the pool is first before we start robbing that soil away.
Thank you. Any further questions, discussions? No, then we've got somebody willing to move the recommendations back on page 46 that we receive the community and facilities update report, please. Councillor Wellweiler and the seconder, Councillor Graham. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed, that is carried. Thank you very much, Kelly. And moving on to item number 7, and it's an item for information. And we have Jill McIntosh here to present this. She's the team leader at Milton Community Library, presenting it on behalf of Debbie. Welcome, Jill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Kia ora koutou katoa. It's lovely to be here again and be able to share with you some of the amazing things that are happening in our libraries and eyesights. So just some points that cover all of the libraries. The visitor numbers for the last 4 months have been very high. Just under 57,000 people have visited the libraries and eyesights. So that's nearly 3 times the number of people in the district population. So there's an increase in the number of customers and also many repeat customers. The rise and with a rise in the year-to-date figures for the use of the desktop computers, Chromebooks and Wi-Fi, we're certainly seeing more and more people using those all of the time. Every month it seems to increase. There are so many resources available in our libraries. Our books, physical books, continue to be really well utilised, but all of those other services that we have, which are e-books and audio books and many other digital resources, are constantly being used as well. So it's great to see. There's currently the Public Libraries of New Zealand have a survey out, which we're encouraging all of our customers, or as many customers as possible, to complete. And that survey is just looking at well-being across the libraries. It's taking information so that we can get a clear evidence-based picture of the impact that all the different services in the libraries are having, and look at how we can continue to improve on those. So if you're a library user, a user of our library, or the many services available, we'd really encourage you to, if you could, pop onto the library's website and complete that little survey that takes about 5 minutes. Also got some wee QR codes if anybody would like one of those. So the Balclutha Library has had a lot of interesting things happening. They had a visit from Mr. Yepidi, which gained an attendance of over 550 people. It was a great way to, as well as being really entertaining, it's a great way to promote literacy, and alongside a fire truck visit that was very, very popular. During the school holidays, Balclutha Library offered arts and crafts, making Christmas cards, an individuality tree, and there was a community display for the Mental Health Awareness Week. Lawrence Library, the number of loans are up, mainly because they've got a lot of new books. The team there have been visiting housebound people, and there's a really nice wee story in the report about the team leader from the Lawrence Library visiting a housebound person who had a new phone and had no way to be able to, just was not capable of using all of the things on the phone. It was able to help transfer all over the information, all their contacts and everything. So it meant that the person was able to be back communicating with their family abroad, and so that was much appreciated. We find that in the libraries we're often getting people needing our help with that sort of thing, and it can mean the difference between them being able to be connected with family and friends or being really isolated. Our Milton Library is still running regular craft sessions, kids challenges, board games. We have a guest story reader at the beginning of every month. And last month, our guest story reader was our very own counsellor, Gaynor Finch. And we had a good lot of children and parents there to listen to the stories that Councillor Finch read to them. So we appreciated that. And then we've just had another story time, and it featured Bad Jelly, the Witch from the South Otago Theatre Group's current production. So it's really nice to be able to just collaborate with some of the groups in our community, and that was really popular. It happened, we had Bad Jelly as our reader at Milton and also at Balclutha Library. The Bulwalker Library has a lot of interesting things going on. They have a Catlins Club, which is a regular club every week for children to take part in activities. And they also have the Silver Science program, which ran during the school holidays, and had presenters from the Otago Museum running a genetics session, which apparently was very popular. They provided take and make craft bags for children during the holidays and were supporting the Otago Museum. At our Tapanui Library, they had an internet safety expert. A good crowd of people, adults were there to hear about internet safety and being able to be aware of scams and some of the things that are happening at the moment. The school holidays, they featured face painting, biscuit decorating, rock painting, lots of exciting activities. Also, at the beginning of October, most of the libraries and eyesights were involved in providing assistance and working alongside other local organisations, providing support to people during the flooding event. And we were able to help organise accommodation, meals and other support for people, sandbags. So a lot of support was given there. Our Clutha Heritage area, our Clutha Heritage website has been capturing a lot of images, digitalising photos to put onto the Clutha Heritage website, which is a really great repository for history for the area. And they have recently digitised a lot of photos of the Balclutha Library when it was during the redevelopment in 1989. And having all of that information stored somewhere that the public can access it is such an asset, and it could easily be lost. So it's been a wonderful project, and it's ongoing. Always things are being added to that. Looking ahead, we have the district-wide summer reading challenge, and usually through the summer holidays, reading can taper off a bit with children, but this is just to encourage their reading throughout that time and just promote literacy. The staff we've had a small group of staff from across the libraries have come together, put together a really exciting program for school under fives and over fives with they have a series of cards that the children will collect. Every time they get 3 books, they get a card, and there's a whole series of them that they can collect. So usually that sort of thing's quite exciting for children, and I think it'll really keep them engaged. They get a book log, and they log everything that they read, and at the end there's prizes, and that's going to be really exciting, so we're looking forward to that. Our eyesights, Balclutha Eyesight, has continued to be busy assisting with a lot of with visitors, but also with assisting community members with things like completing rates rebates and other council forms. There's been an increase in the number of tourists coming through again with the summer season coming on. That we start to see a lot of people in their camper vans coming through and getting really enthusiastic about visiting the Clutha district. So are there any questions?
Thank you very much for that comprehensive report. Any questions, comments? Councillor Graham.
Yeah, thank you for that report, Jill. But on a slightly lighter note, I was just wondering if Mr. Yippity Bear Jelly the Witch and Humpty Dumpty were actually the Bruce councillors moonlight.
Did I mention Humpty Dumpty?
Oh, sorry.
We did that.
Moving on, any questions, comments? No, somebody willing to move the recommendation, councillor Weiler, that we receive the update? No seconder, councillor Graham, all those in,
I just suggest
sorry.
on page 77, there's seems to be some concern about library staff members' diets there. Perhaps if they would come up here on Thursdays when the councillors were meeting, we could assist them in lightening their load.
Yes, I see the Balclutha Library especially has been being given lots of lovely baking from appreciative customers, and I think that all of our libraries and sites tend to get that every now and again, and we don't say no, it's not too much of a hardship. Thank you for your concern.
Right, we've had a mover and a seconder. What's the motion? All those in favour? Aye. Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 8, page 86. Another item for information. And Malcolm's not here. Trudy. Welcome.
Kia ora, I'm Trudy Soper and I am Team Leader of Building and Regulatory Administration, just filling in for Malcolm while he's on annual leave. So I'll take the report as read and if you've got any questions.
Any questions of any of the pages? Councillor Barron.
Thank you. I'm interested to know that the building consents for heating units averages about $7,000 a unit. Are they a special unit or what?
Right, so that's not my specialist area, but I do have Artie here, who's Team Leader of the Building Control Officers, so she'll take that one.
Sorry, Councillor, is that the question for the fireplace application or for the fireplace system?
Heaters, was it?
It's called heating units. There's 5 of them there for 31,000. There's one here for 7,000 in different wards.
It's the building statistics report. Is it?
For people putting
Page
fires.
91, 92 and 93.
Just
People
the
putting.
value of the heating units, Artie.
Oh. So people putting them in their house, Councillor Barron.
Is that what it is? That's what I want to know.
Solid fuel heaters.
Yeah, solid fuel heaters.
Oh, yeah, it's a total value of that month, that month for that.
So if you put in.
It's a solid fuel heater. That's what.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For each house, they put in. Any further questions of the report? All right, then we'll go back to the recommendation that we receive the report, please, back on page 86. Councillor Phelps and a seconder, Councillor Ludeman. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. And that brings this meeting to a close. Afternoon tea time. Thank you.
Councillor Ludeman is quarter past or?
Right, okay, welcome to the Corporate and Policy Committee meeting. First of all, a call for apologies. We have one from Dame Catherwood. Is someone prepared to move? Councillor Graham, Councillor McCroskey. Put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Motion carried. Declarations of interest. I guess I've got one declaration for item number 9, the Clutha District Emergency Relief Fund, and that I work for Clutha Foundation.
And I'm on the board, but it's as a council rep.
I mean, I can speak to it if you want, or I can sit there.
But Madam Chair, is it just an
It's
information
only
report?
information, so it
So
should
there's
be
no
all right.
decisions.
Okay. Any urgent business? No public forum. Okay, item number 1, the Lawrence Chinese Camp reimbursement report. Lily,
Kia ora, through you, Madam Chair. By the long-term plan, it was approved that the Lawrence Chinese Camp Charitable Trust would get a waiver of building consent fees associated with their restoration project. In their submission, they gave the figure of $10,000. That was what was used to base your decision off. The invoice has since come in at $18,689.93. We have completed the initial $10,000 waiver and they have paid the balance. They have since asked if they could apply to have the amount they paid reimbursed via the fees reimbursement scheme, hence this report. Otherwise, I would take as read and answer any questions.
questions from Lily, please. Councillor Martin.
Through you, Madam Chair, Lily, when you say the restoration project, but as part of that project was the installation of the new sewer line through from the Chinese camp to the CDC's sewage station at Market Reserve. And that's all they were looking for at the time when they come to the LTP was the $10,000. But with cost escalations, it's come out at the amount quoted. But in the same sentence, I've got correspondence here between the Lawrence Chinese Camp Charitable Trust and the water reticulation manager for the council here, and they're discussing about the ownership of the line once it's in. So the Chinese camp are putting the line in, and then they're going to hand it over to council to administer and look after, and anyone wanting to tap into that line moving forward would have to apply to the council and apply for a sewage connection. So they've already invested $250,000 in stage 1, and it's a charitable trust. And the consent fees, that's just an internal transaction, is it not? Like, we're not going to outside contractors to pay for those fees, or?
No, so the fee reimbursement is paid for by a budget that council has, and we're highlighting the budget's blown because of our decisions. But there's a budget for it, so that the activities that do the business aren't seen off and not paid for the work that they do. So they are paid for the work that they do. It's funded from a fee reimbursement scheme.
Me, Brian.
I think we've got to look at the bigger picture here. Every single step forward that the Lawrence Chinese Camp Group make is a huge step forward for our district, the potential that's up there. So you've got a small group of locals, Blackie and them have been pushing away on this ever since Adam was a cowboy. You've got the Chinese connection. It's one of those really neat things. They said 10 because they thought it was 10, came back as 18, but they're not actually asking us for money. They're asking, can we not pay the council money? So it's not like it's coming out, it's just not going in. And actually, it wouldn't be too hard to say that the net cost to the council is that. And we're doing a whole lot to promote a small group, because every step they take, how many years now? It's been ever since I've been mayor. You go there and there's such a committed group, but they're always done for money. They're not asking for money, They're just asking, can we not pay the money to the council? And I could be wrong, but I can't see it actually costing this council, there's not a physical, I suppose, the staff, but there's not actually a physical cost to council to waive this bill. And as I say, every step they take, we will be paid back more than handsomely when they get traction with what they're trying to do up there. So I'd like to see us do it. I know that in this environment it's pushing it. If we had to actually out of our coffers, it might be a bit different. But
Madam Chair, just to answer that, it is out of our coffers. I mean, the whole point of the fee reimbursement scheme, Your Worship, was that we put aside money so that we didn't willy-nilly say, oh, we'll offer this thing free, this service free to somebody, and the services get done by not having any income, and the income is necessary to achieve your budgets, for which rates pay the deficit. So the fee reimbursement scheme was a physical amount of money that you fund that pays the reimbursement. That amount goes to the activity that incurred the cost. So it is a cost, and what we're also saying is the current budget of that, or the amount that you put into it, has been well overspent by decisions like the Kaitangata House and Land Package increases that we've done to their fees, the Kaka Point decision for full fee waiver for that project, more than the 2,000. The amount that we have in the budget is blown, so that has to be funded. That's going to sit in the deficit. That's a cost, Your Worship, right? And so it's not a suggestion that says it's just a paper transaction. That's not the case. That's the whole point of the fee reimbursement scheme. Right?
I'm aware now, like when we're doing the subdivision up there, that I will be paying because I get an advantage out of it. The Chinese camp is distinctly different to me, and the fact that whatever they do, we get an advantage out of it. So it's a way, as I see it, of not taking money off the group, because they've probably got better ways to spend it. I'm sure they've got other ways to. I'm just putting my case forward.
I'm just going to make a comment before I ask. Sorry, I'm going to go next. I'm concerned. I mean, we have given them 10,000, and the fund has been well overspent. This is quite a precedent that we'll be setting if we are to go to basically 18,000. So I'm concerned about that. They have had fees reimbursed. That's my sixpence worth at the moment. Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So part of my questions have been answered by the last couple of speakers. However, I'm just going to ask when this will be replenished again, this fund?
Beginning of the financial year.
Yeah. And that means, I'm making a statement now, that will mean, I guess, that there's nothing for anybody else in the district.
The way the fee reimbursement works, through you, Madam Chair, is, and historically it has been a fund that has had a budget,
yes, but
it hasn't been treated as a cap for decisions for reimbursement. So when you look in the past, there hadn't been too much use of the reimbursement scheme. Since we instituted the Kaitangata House and Land Package, it's really ramped up the use of that scheme. And so in an annual plan sense, you either increase the budget further in that sense, or you deal with the fact that in a particular year you're going to exceed it, and you deal with the deficit as a consequence. So that's how the scheme works.
That's what I'm trying to.
Any further?
Madam Chair, can I just clarify? They've actually paid it, and they're just seeking the money back. Is that correct? Yep. They've actually paid the extra.
So through you, Madam Chair, so we've done an internal transfer of the $10,000 plus GST, and then whatever was remaining, we invoiced them for that to balance it. So
that they have.
Yeah, they paid for it.
They have paid for it.
Yeah.
And they're seeking that money back.
Yeah.
Councillor Bolvila.
I'm just seeking clarification then that the account that they've paid, does that in our policy we've got, we don't fund the fees and charges that must be passed on to another agency, which in this case would be the likes of the Building Research Association of New Zealand. Others is fees that are associated with building consents that go to site council. So I'm just making sure that that's 18,000, 17,000 doesn't include proposed reimbursement, doesn't include those outside fees.
From my understanding, no.
Yeah, I agree, we don't pay them, we only reimburse either the council fees and charges, so that just needs clarification.
Definitely see.
Yeah.
Your understanding, yes.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Madam Chair. So, yeah, the current policy that the council has on reimbursement of charges and hire fees, its main focus is really around halls. I think the policy itself needs a bit of a revisit, but I think Councillor Wheeler clarified what was going on there about the passing on fees. But if you wished, I could read a communication between one of this organisation's staff members to the Chinese Charitable Trust about how it would unfold and how that the council would take ownership and then would have the ability to charge new sewage fees connections to outline, because if you don't know the area, it's a flat piece of land going out of Lawrence and there's heaps of room there for subdivision moving forward. And if anyone ever wanted to tap into the sewage scheme, they would have to apply to the council and pay the connection fee to get access to the sewage scheme. So what we're seeing in the report is only part of the story. Obviously, there's a disconnect between the writer of this communication and the writer of the report.
Councillor Wheeler.
In that case, can I seek clarification? Is that the fee there that's been charged, is that for, I take it to be just a building consent fee, application for building consent, but is it for wider than building consent? Is it also for sewage connection?
Not from my understanding. Could ask Artie.
I mean, we can.
Madam Chair, this is where I think the confusion is sort of lies a little bit here. Left hand's not talking to the right hand.
So, do we need clarification?
Oh, well, no, I mean, I don't have access, Madam Chair, to the thing. We can find out. It's a black and white policy. It says building consent fees get reimbursed. Building consents, which is what the request was, by the way. The request was for building consent fee reimbursement. I'm assuming it's building consent fee reimbursement that's being asked for. It's attached to a building consent. That's black and white. I mean, I don't know the background of anything else, and anything other around who's giving what and who's doing what in terms of assets and bits and pieces. The policy is just about a building consent side of things. If we want to change it into anything else around, hey, there's benefit this and benefit that, that's a different application. That wasn't, as far as I can remember, in the actual original application that went before the LTP. And all we're doing is highlighting that when the consent was put through, it's going to cost 18,000. You didn't approve that, you approved 10. We can't say yes. Here's a problem, we're overspending. Well, you don't want us to just make a decision and spend that. You have to make a call. Overspending is adding to the deficit, which is just another cost to the ratepayer. That's all we're saying.
Councillor McAteemney.
Yeah, I was just noting there on page 5, the motion that the LTP moved councillors Wheeler and Martin, that they waiver all building consent fees made by the trust. Okay, and then there was no mention of the 10,000 in that actual motion that was moved, but then the paragraph below said that we did.
Yes.
It puzzles me a little bit. It wasn't.
Yes, so the point was, when we look at the BEAR resolution, the BEAR resolution said waiver all fees. Right? But when you go to the basis, because we understood that it was much higher than what we thought was going to be the original thing. When we go back to the original submission, the submission said $10,000. You made the decision to waiver all fees on the basis of them saying it was going to cost $10,000. Therefore, we say when it's 18, that's beyond what they were submitted to and on what you made that decision. Therefore, we have to bring it back to you.
Councillor Martin, one more time.
Madam Chair, if you want to make a note of this, the building consent number is 240044. And yes, Steve is right. They've come back to us, and that's what we're debating right at the moment, is the difference. And I say we haven't been provided with the whole story of why the difference in the report.
Okay. Any further discussion? Nick Dogan.
Yeah, if I can push it along to try and get a recommendation. I firmly believe that the Lawrence Tony's Camp is one of those few groups that are volunteer, but every step of the way that they volunteer their time, their money, their everything, it's for us. It's coming straight back as this. It will be, eventually will be a magnificent asset to our district. Not to them, it's not the individual that's going, it's the district that's going to benefit. And when we passed, I don't know how did I think it should only be 10,000 or not, whatever. I said, let's just waive the building fees for them. The building fees came back, they paid us 18,000, we give them back 18,000. So I'd like to move that we move recommendation 1 and it's 2, I think. Yeah, and number 2.
Well, I'll take 1 first, if you don't mind, and then I can get it. That's a recommendation 1, that we received a report. Can I have a seconder for that?
I'll second that.
Okay, Councillor Martin. Okay, I'm quite happy to take.
Yeah, right.
number
So
2.
now let's push it along. I'll just move that we approve the fees.
Point of order, should we not vote on this?
Sorry. Sorry. Okay, all those in favour that we receive the report, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. This time.
Now, if I can, please, if I could do recommendation 2 that we approve 718993.
So that
That's the second one now. Let's do. I'm just saying.
dollar value to the 18.
Oh, it's because of the GST and
They've both got GST inclusive beside them.
it was to do with the GST and the 10,000.
Sharon did the figures for the.
Okay, rightio. Can I have a seconder for that, please?
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Councillor Wheeler.
I support this. I support supporting the Chinese camp and reimbursing them. But I wonder if perhaps rather than stripping the fees reimbursement fund down to a negative number, I think that perhaps we take it from something like the investment surplus. It's not something I like doing, but I think if the mover and the seconder are happy to amend the motion by adding that onto it.
I'm trying to work out which way we'll get more support. John can make that decision.
No, just in continuation, we supported a group earlier this afternoon with funding from the investment surplus, and it's not a big amount, but I think we have to be careful that we don't make a habit of this. But I agree with His Worship that this is an organisation that will be providing a facility and attraction of benefit to the district.
Further discussion.
What do you reckon, John? Do we do it that way?
Councillor Herbert.
I'm just going to make a discussion. Well, in principle, absolutely, I support them, but this would be the second time in the same project, the same organisation, we're going to go outside the policy. And I start to struggle with that because they've already had 5 times what our limit is in the policy. The limit's 2,000. We've already committed 10. So I'm just struggling to that. I support it in principle, but with my heart, when I'm thinking about it with my head, I'm struggling, to be fair.
Councillor Graham, sorry.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, look, they came and they wanted $10,000. We gave them $10,000, and then oh, it's a bit more. We're not an open checkbook. I think we've paid them, and as the previous speaker said, we've gone outside the policy, which seems to be quite a habit around here lately. We've got to stop it. Sorry.
Any further discussion? Councillor Polwheeler, what are we doing?
I'll do what his worship does and have several goes.
If you can get away with it.
Yeah, your last time.
Okay, I was just thinking, well, they could have come to us and asked for funding, not through the fees reimbursement, but through investment surplus or some other mechanism of our funding, the way we fund community organisations. So just because initially it came from the investment surplus and we made an allowance for that and went outside our criteria, I think is neither here nor there. But when there are other avenues that they could have got funding from. That's the last time I went.
Okay, so at the moment, the recommendation is that it's coming out of the fees reimbursement fund. It's the recommendation on the table at the moment. So I think that's what we go for. Before I actually go for the vote, I will also raise, I probably have already raised concerns that they have had one hit at this, and if fees reimbursement fund really can't support this, it's a good project, but we actually sometimes have to make the hard decisions. But that's just my comments. So, you get the final
And
say.
closing the
Sorry.
debate. Can I just remind you that Councillor McAtamaney did, word for word, state what we did, that we were going to give them back the fees. The fact that it went from 10,000 to 18,000 was out of their control. I still think in my heart, I don't want to be taking fees off the Chinese camp, knowing how hard it is, how many years of endless dedication and sacrifice that they've made to try and get it going. They've given us the money, we're giving them their money back. I plead with you, please. We've got to support this group, because when it comes to fruition, when they do their beautiful development, the district moves ahead hugely. And that's the bigger picture we should be looking at. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Right, the motion's there that we approve a fees reimbursement of 7,1893 GST inclusive to the Lawrence Chinese Camp Charitable Trust. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Are you voting?
I am going to vote. All those against, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Madam Chair. 7.
The hot seat.
Yeah, you got the against, because you do need to show who the against is, don't you? Sorry, it's the against. Can you put your hand up so Sonia catches you? You got the just get the against. Let's make sure you get the So it's a separate. Do you have a casting vote?
Yeah. Now, my casting vote has to be the way I voted. I'm sorry. So for those, so my casting vote is that I do not approve the reimbursement. So we don't have to do any approve.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I would therefore like to move an amendment.
It can't be an amendment. Not after. Gotta be.
The vote was lost.
No.
But we can move on to the next vote.
No, the vote wasn't. Yeah, the vote was lost.
Yeah. So we can move on with the second alternative.
Not an amendment.
Not an amendment.
So anybody can propose a new resolution.
Yeah, so I move an alternative recommendation that we approve the funds and we take it out of the investment account.
Is that a direct,
No, it's a different funding source, so it's not a direct negative.
so you can do that. Okay, I'll open, I need a seconder for that motion.
I'll second that. Oh, sorry.
Second that. So it's now open for further discussion. Councillor Herber.
These are generally discussions we have at LTP or annual plan processes, not just every council meeting or any meeting we'd like to decide the funding on. The funding is a once a year, once we see the investment surplus return.
So through Madam Chair, but the difference is, like, if there was something that had a rating impact, you're right, you wouldn't really make rating impact decisions through this sort of a process. However, you have already determined what the investment surplus is, and you had a resolution about returning the balance, not an exact amount, the balance to back to the account. So there is an existing investment surplus figure that is available, and you would expect that there may be things arising that you might want to take advantage of to use that surplus for. That's what it's for. So the point you make, you correct about is that you determine the amount of the surplus at the LTP, but you've determined that, you've allocated it, you've got some money left over, and you make a decision. So you can still use it.
Further discussion? I've got something to say. I'm a bit like John. I struggle to see why we should be thinking ahead using this investment surplus. You know, we're not even halfway through the year and we're going ahead to using investment surplus that's going to come in next year. I mean, that's running ahead of the game all the way through. It's not something that I
Sorry, Madam Chair, it's not quite correct. What I was saying was, the investment surplus is not the one to be determined in March next year. It's the amount that you've already determined as a surplus that's got an available balance.
Sorry.
So
So how much is left in it? Do you remember? Well, won't be much shortly.
No, it was, my understanding is a couple of 100,000 or something like that. I think I recall that was going to be increasing the balance.
Councillor Barron.
Thank you. My input would be that we've made many decisions that we want to limit our spending. We want to stop spending. We got 666 submissions for the long-term plan, and we spent a number of days seeing how we could limit spending, how we could get the spending down. That was the main reason for our discussion. And we've since had meetings where we've also talked about not spending on other projects. So this isn't about where the money's coming from. This is about whether or not we just bow down to whoever comes and asks us for money and we hand it out. We've got to say, we've got to stop somewhere. And here's an example for it. So I'd be against giving it wherever we got the money from. If they'd done their homework at the start and worked out what the building consent fees were, well, we might have made a different decision on LTP day, but they didn't. And how many of these requests are we going to get? So that's more.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Volwiller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just go back to the original resolution that reads that Council approves the Lawrence Chinese Camp Charitable Trust's request to waive all building consent fees made by the Trust in 2024-25, funded by the fees reimbursement scheme. So in this case, we made the decision at that stage to refund the fees. There isn't a limit put on that resolution. I know it was $10,000. At the time it was mentioned, but there wasn't an actual amount put in that resolution. Certainly it says funded by the fees reimbursement scheme. In this case, we're not using the fees reimbursement scheme, but we're really sticking to the principle of the original motion in many ways by funding all the building consent fees. It's just changing the source of the funding.
Except if that was taken in context to the actual, which it was, the resolution. Unfortunately, the resolution is its standalone. You're right, because they had actually only asked to allow funds of up to $10,000 to cover building consent fees. So probably, in hindsight, that figure should have been as part of that. But anyway, Councillor Graham.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm just reflecting on the hypocrisy of the councillors here, and that there was a funding application a while ago and it was turned down, and one of the comments were made was, get used to it. This is how we're going to do it. We're shutting down. And now we're turning around and just throwing money away. I really struggle to understand how people are thinking.
Further comments, further discussion? Is this the closing comment? Okay.
Yeah, at no point will this council ever stop spending money. What we've got to do is keep making sure that we make the right decisions. The Chinese camp the benefactors of the Chinese camp is wider New Zealand, but definitely Clutha. There's no hypocrisy here. This council will make daily decisions on where they spend money, and this is a small amount that we spent quite some time on. Can I also make sure that we're not taking it out of the investment surplus that would have been decided at the end of the financial year? At the end of the last cycle, we had a residue somewhere in the vicinity of 200,000, which we kept as a nest egg for whatever reason, but I say today for the reason of we've got a place to go that isn't going to impact on rates, that will support one of the truly rare community groups that has nothing personally to gain. It is all to gift back to the district. It's 7,500 team. We make those decisions every day of the week. There is no hypocrisy in making a decision on how we spend money. It's that we spend it right, and there is no better decision to make around this table than to support our groups that are trying their utmost to advance our district.
Okay, and that closing statement, I'm going to put the motion, and it is to cover the rent. And I'm adding on here, out of the investment account, investment surplus, and I'm thinking, should it be from the 23-24 to, if you want to make it?
Well, Madam Chair, investment surplus is fine because that's
right?
an existing amount.
Okay.
It's not a future.
So you're happy with that? Okay, everyone knows what they're voting on. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Raise your hand.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Madam Chair.
Okay, all those against, raise your hands.
1, 2, 3, 4. Chair,
Somebody's abstained.
Oh, we might have missed.
Did you miss me?
Dana, did you vote for, did you, or against?
Voted.
Well, that would be 10.
Okay, motion's carried. Right.
Thank you.
Okay, further development. Linda? And Sarah, are you? Wow, that's a wee bit to follow on from them.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you all again to present the first quarterly report for the new financial year. I'll just highlight a couple of areas and then take any questions should you have them. So the land and house package update from around our communities. Clinton are working through with the council planning team some of the sections that they've identified, and they've also made contact with a couple of landowners as well. We're coming into the busy time of the season for the chair of that group, so there may not be further progress until the new year. With the Lawrence community, they have formed a community group, and they're looking to have their first meeting soon.
we've also, as part of the attraction and retention work that we're doing, we have, through our funding through Heartland Services, have looked at establishing and have established a Clutha District Volunteer Network. So it's another reason for adding and connecting people to place, and also a way of growing and supporting the good work of the community groups around the district as well. So we've held a number of network evenings around the district. Unfortunately, the event had to be postponed in Tapanui, but we'll look at doing that early next year. While there was a small number of potential volunteers participating, there was a large number of community groups, and it was actually great to see them actually networking with each other. And where there were volunteers or potential volunteers, there were some strong matches made. So we do have some new volunteers working for our community groups. So we'll look to continue and grow that work. But the Facebook page, which is the connection point between volunteers and the volunteers groups, is working well. We were, as the Regional Tourism Organisation, we were able to receive some funding towards regional event promotion. The funding distributed a small amount that aided two community groups with their events. We successfully celebrated the Clutha District Training and Development Awards last week. It was one of the highest turnouts that we had for recipients. It was actually a great occasion to celebrate something positive in the district, and especially to see the look on the faces of those attendees that were achieving the awards, and also even it was even better to have their employers there that have supported them through that process. So in the end, we had 35 recipients across 15 businesses that received their awards across various learning pathways. And also we were able to enjoy two local guest speakers who shared their stories and their experiences, which was great as well. As well as that event, we also, in partnership with Work and Income and also with Job Opportunities, we ran the Clutha Careers Pathways Expo at Tupoma at the end of October. It's the first Careers Expo that we've had in 5 or 6 years here. So that was it was an event just to reconnect with our communities as we're getting increasing numbers of people unable to find work. And following on from that, there's been a number of different discussions about how people within our community can address the barriers to ongoing learning at a tertiary level. And one of the discussions that is happening across the network is around transport and the barrier of people being able to get to the training. So we're having some discussions with across the Job Opportunities team, MSD, and the Polytechnics as well, about how or what that may or could look like, so that people from our communities can still continue that ongoing learning, especially when we have a large number of young people that will be that are leaving school and possibly are looking for ongoing learning opportunities when the jobs aren't there for them to take up at this particular moment. The marketing program continues both across the Stay for Good and the Stay for a While. So that continues on a monthly basis and a weekly basis, and we're doing that through digital platforms, through social media. And the other conversations that we've been having is that we've been in contact with the regional waste advisor that's been appointed, that was working across all the Otago councils, has contacted us, and council have contacted us as well, and looking around that construction and demolition waste. And we're looking at how we can connect with our building industry and look at doing some learning and education opportunities early next year. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for Linda, please. I'd just like to, I did go to the training awards last week, and yeah, it was a great event. Really well supported by the employers. It was great to see them there supporting staff that had actually gained awards and recognition. So thank you for that. Cadogan.
Yeah, I want to further it. I thought the two guest speakers were brilliant, but especially that young lady was probably the most inspirational that I've heard. So good choice and a great night.
Any further questions for Linda? Right, you're getting off lightly. Thanks, Linda. Okay, so we've got a recommendation on page 10 to receive the Clutha Development Quarterly Report.
Happy to move.
Okay, and Councillor Fouts seconding. Put it to all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion's carried. Okay, page 18, the Clutha Stars update.
So I can just, so for that report, Madam Chair, there's a couple of things, just two things. One is that the report that's building restrictions in there, I think there's a few things we can look to improve in terms of how that reporting is there. They've still got a few things that they are reporting on anyway as well, so there's that to be done. But also you should be expecting to start seeing some things from the reporting of the finance team and the planning team as well. So I'd expect that to start coming through in the next round, Madam Chair. That's the only thing.
When I spoke to Sharon yesterday, she said that that was what she was getting ready to prepare to come through. So, yeah.
Sorry, because there are the three teams that have currently progressed to that point. Yeah.
Any further questions for Steve regarding that report? Mr. Dogan.
Yeah, just around the STARS program. Well, in all honesty, I'm becoming more aware that there's costs, and yet I can't see any costs. And I think as part of the report, we have to start getting our head around what the true cost of the STARS program is. So we're able to have that added to the report, please.
Well, I mean, Your Worship, the budget's 285,000 per annum, and that's what we are budgeted to spend for a per annum cost, which I answered last time, and that. So there's no change from that. It's just that is the budgeted cost. That's what it will be.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't at the last meeting, so for me, and I think in this environment, that's a figure that, like everything else, we have to be aware of and analyse.
Well, again, Madam Chair, I know you weren't there last time. The questions were answered. Asked Your Worship. You approved the program. I explained that the next year's program is down to 170. I don't think we're going to spend, looking at what we're actually looking at, how the training is going and that. I don't think we're going to spend the 170 next year, which we reduced because we didn't think we needed to do it all anyway. So that's something to look forward to through the annual plan, and then that will be it. Other than minor, we might be a minor amount of refresher training, but the hard yards of the program being completed as per budget. 285 spent the previous year, 285 this year. Less than 170 is the total program for the whole organisation to go through it, and that's what it is. So that's what the costs are.
Yeah, Councillor McAtamney.
Through the chair, Steve, it's on top of, so 285,000 budgeted this year. So am I right or wrong in saying is the extra remuneration for those that have completed the program? And if so, is that included in the 285,000?
So it's not extra remuneration, right? It's at the award of the bronze. There is a recognition payment which is included in the budget.
It's included in the 285.
That's correct. Nothing's additional to it. It's part of the program. Is that the recognition part of it? Is that as well? But it's all included in that.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Steve, since you're the man at the coalface, are you actually experiencing change from the hands-on at the coalface? Like, are you actually feeling and seeing and hearing the good positive change with those that have been going through it?
So 3 have gone through it. 3 have gone and been presented in front of you, building and that. And so we're seeing significant improvements in terms of their activity, and some of that's being reported. And we're actually moving towards trying to get that golden target of 100% for the building. That's part of the goals. Finance, Sharon has said, because she's spoken last time when the questions were asked, she said the team is acting differently and feeling differently about what they're doing. But their intention then is to get the improvement targets. If we know we've got problems around some of their outputs, like financial reporting, financial monitoring, right? Those will be the targets that we need to be aiming for. And having gone through the program and identified them as the targets, then we look for them to achieve that so that we get a significant improvement in that. So we've got a different way in which they're operating, but they still have to be achieving the thing. The whole thing about STARS was demonstrable improvement over time. And things like financial reporting and monitoring and all that stuff is going to have to be that sort of area that they're improving. Planning, the easy answer on planning was, there was all the complaints we were getting. We were getting complaints almost daily around our performance, the backlog of consents, all that sort of. They've achieved 100% and sticking to 100%, and the team's a total turnaround in that sense. So there's 3 examples of that. They're not going to be. Planning is doing really well now. Others have still got to improve over time, but that's part of what we need to hold them to account for that having gone through the project. So, we need to demonstrate over time that. So you should see the evidence of that side of it.
Yeah, but like for you, as the man at the helm with your hands on the steering wheel, you've got a good feeling about it. You're quite comfortable. It's good.
Well, a couple of things was the leadership side of things. The fact that I've got 13 sort of activity leads or function leads in that versus 3 heads of department. It hasn't happened in 2 seconds, but I'm a lot more comfortable now with how our activity leads are actually managing and working their functions. And you see that through the ones that are coming in front of you and what they're doing in terms of how they're operating in there. And, those that have been, councillors have been around for a while, if you just think back to how things haven't been sort of necessarily as well actioned, I think we're doing really well now with the activity leadership compared to where we have been in the past. So that's another big improvement for things. So that would be a cold-faced feeling from me.
Cool. Really good. Perhaps some of those councillors have been around a while might need to go on it too, do you think?
Right, any further discussion, any more questions?
Yeah, from a discussion point of view, I'd have to admit that I did not know there was a financial contribution. I honestly thought that the money that was there was an allocation of time and resources. I now look at them in a different light and I've got the information.
Thank you. No further questions? Okay, there's a motion there to receive the Clutha Stars update report. Someone prepared to move. Councillor Martin second. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion's carried. Page 22, the strategic planning and policy report, Peter.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll take the report as read.
Questions for Peter, please.
Can someone just remind me when for the Bruce Community Facility consultation, the objection period closes?
28. Sorry, Bruce or representational report?
Well, the community facility. When does the objection period close for that? Sorry, no, I'm thinking of the representation. Yeah, sorry, it's different thing.
And it's all there on page 24 for the representation.
Sorry, I got the wrong one here.
Right, no further questions. Gosh, you're getting off light. Okay, there's a motion there to receive the strategic planning and policy report. Someone prepared to move. Councillor McCrosty, seconder. Councillor Volwheeler, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion's carried. Page 25, the management accounts report tray.
Kia ora, everybody. I'm just happy to take this as read and answer any questions.
Any questions for Trey? Noting that we did discuss it at audit and risk this morning, but for those that weren't here, any questions, please? Okay. Yeah, we'll take it. So there's a motion there on page 25 to receive the report. Someone prepared to move?
So moved.
Councillor Payne, second. Councillor Herbert. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion's carried. Page 28, the investment portfolio update report.
This will be the same. Happy to take it as read and answer any questions.
So, any questions? Once again, we did discuss this quite well at audit and risk this morning. No questions for Trey?
Happy to move.
Okay, seconder. Councillor Fouts. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion's carried. The development properties update report.
Greg did have a point raised for this one.
Yes.
You should be aware of the impairment charge on the Rosebank industrial site. This is a 6th bullet point on page 32, but he just wanted to highlight that in particular. But outside that, happy to take it as read and hopefully Steve can answer some questions.
So that will now show a loss, won't it?
It was always going to show a loss, Madam Chair, that one. That was the point. In the past, we hadn't, for audit purposes, been doing that because we were still selling. But audit wanted us to reflect that now, so we've done that. I think the only other point I'd make is the Heathmore Road, waiting on the landowner, the agreed we would proceed with that one.
So will that just come off?
Yes, yeah. It'll just sit there. There is a cost, I suppose. We will just probably just expense it, but it's not happening.
Any councillor Mika Hogan?
Yeah, can we have just the latest update on Rosebank Terrace with the section?
One side.
One side.
Councillor Barron.
Thank you. Through you. Just relating to the impairment cost of 480, when that industrial subdivision was first mooted, it was designed to show a loss, and it was added that you would sell unused land to offset that. Is there any plans to do that, or?
Well, it's a number of properties have sold, and they've just gone into the overall account.
Yeah.
So if we are going to lose the 480, it'll be offsetting that from previous years. So I mean, we could. There is the finance team could create a list of all the.
Yeah, it was just stated that that's what. I'm just letting everyone know that that was designed to be a loss, and to overcome that was to sell surplus land to make it. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, please? Further discussion? Okay, put it to the vote to receive the development properties update report. Someone prepared to move? Councillor Bold-Wheeler, someone second? Councillor Mackey. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion's carried.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Right. Now it's Sharon's report.
Yes. So again, apologies. She's sick. We'll just take it as read, Madam Chair. If there's any questions.
I've got a couple of questions. The fees reimbursement scheme, the one to the Clinton Night Market, I question that amount being for higher charges as the Clinton Community Centre, and want to have it confirmed that that's exactly what it was for.
Sorry, that it was for.
Well, I believe that it might be for more than actually just high charges for the Clinton Community Centre, that figure.
So the information we got back about that one, Madam Chair, was that Lily believed when we approved it, when she approved, oh, there she is. Hang on, Lily's right here. Sorry, Lily, we had a response from you and I was about to quote it and all that sort of thing, but actually you're here. But I thought the answer was that at the time of the approval, it was believed by the person pointing it that it was okay. That was all. It may be proven that that's not correct, but at the time of that, in good faith, it was believed to be there.
Through you, Madam Chair. At the time when the approval was done, we were referring to the policy of when it states in the policy that the reimbursement of fees and charges for one-off projects, that can include stuff like printing and things like that, advertisements, and so it was done off that basis, but
Thank you. I question that, but you know.
Sorry, through you, just to add to that comment, that might also just come into when I was talking to Sonia today, when we update the policy, that we kind of refine
to make
the words to make it
clearer. Yeah. And look, I accept it, but I had to raise it because we can't have that continuing, basically, because it is for fees and charges of the. So that's why I've raised it, and that's all. So we've clarified that, and it's understood. So.
Excuse me. So that was for printing charges and stuff.
Yeah, but yeah.
Ah, that's not right.
No, I know, but we've highlighted that. So it's just as the fees reimbursement account is obviously almost running out of funds, you start to really watch it.
Point made, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I think Lily's answered it as well.
Well done. Thank you. Okay, any further questions to this report? Councillor Herber.
Just on this district swimming pool funding, I see Kapaloo's not on that list.
Because they haven't responded to me yet.
Right, thank you.
So they'll go in next.
Thank you.
Councillor Finch.
And further question to that, two pools that won't be operating, Beaumont and Waitakere. So are they going to be closed? What's the story behind that? Do we know any more information, please?
I will have to hunt out and actually just see what the actual their reply is. I can't give you an answer because I can't remember at the moment. Yeah, but they actually have to be operating, so they've actually not entitled to the fund. So yes, we haven't given any money because they've actually said that they are not running this season. So
just like it'd be interesting to know if the pools are full, if they're empty, you know, those sorts of things to see, because they can go backwards in a quick hurry. Thank you.
Councillor Volwheeler.
Just thank you, Madam Chair. Just the swimming pools as well. The Tyree Beach School is a community pool there. They applied.
yeah, that's it. They haven't responded to me yet. Yeah, I can provide you with a list of who I contacted if you want to see that. Yeah.
No, that's fine. Just you wouldn't know how much they've received in the past.
I can tell you.
That's not. Thank you.
Yeah, we've got an Excel sheet that we keep a track of it all. Previous years, yeah. Lisa's going to have a look now. Yeah.
Any further questions?
Councillor
Sorry, Councillor Mackey.
Yeah, just back to the swimming pool one. Your methodology for how you fund community swimming pools, how do you work that out?
So, Madam Chair, that's a mystery, and that's why there's a review on equity and funding of community pools, and that is something that's coming back to you.
Historically, it was rates and insurance.
There used to be a bit of a formula, but
yeah.
I mean, time's gone on and things will have changed. And a whole review is a good way to actually sort it, to be fair. Councillor Volwheeler.
I have just another question. The community pool funding comes from the Uniform Annual General Charge. That's correct.
I believe it is. Any further questions?
Through you, Madam Chair, just to answer your
No,
question, Councillor Volwiller. Kairie Beach, according to the spreadsheet, receives $817.85.
Thank you.
Okay, no further questions. There's a motion there to receive the corporate finance team report. Someone need to move? Councillor Herbert, seconder. Councillor McCrosty. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion's carried. So we go to the last report, the Clutha District Emergency Relief Fund report.
Just taking as read, Madam
I'll
Chair.
take it as read and any questions that you have. Councillor McAteemney.
It just to clarify how it's going to work. It says it's passed through after 12 months. So does that mean that any funds in there that might not have been withdrawn then go into the greater foundation?
So I'll try and give you a bit of an overview. So it's been set up, so in the event of an emergency, we can activate it basically straight away. So in behind our website is a page basically waiting to go with the fund, an application form and everything ready. So should the need to, would have to be a civil defence emergency around the district, and it would be within discussion with obviously your controllers and everything here. That's how we would see it happening. And then, so, because they say that the first 72 hours of when the fund is activated is when you get the funds in. Pretty much all the community foundations across New Zealand have actually set this up. And it's totally pass-through funding. The foundation keeps nothing other than if there was any interest in the time it was sitting in. But from the policy, I mean, all funds will go within 12 months, but hopefully beforehand, and all funds will go to those that have, applied and assessed. It says in there who is to be on the committee and look at applications, but also depending on the event, they would take in whether it be the mayor or the emergency response person from civil defence or whatever. I mean, so that's why it hasn't been stated who else will be on the committee, but simply because it depends on the emergency really at the time.
Yeah, I was just confused by what you mean by pass-through.
Well, pass-through pass-through means it comes into the foundation and it goes out. We keep nothing. It's pass-through.
So if there's no emergency, what happens to it?
Well, it won't be activated. It'll only be activated if there's an emergency and the funds.
Yeah. Okay, so people will pull. There's a
Funds
massive
then
flood
cover.
over the whole district. It's open. Money goes in, and anything will go out.
It'll all go out the other end. So it only gets activated it'll sit behind on our website.
Yeah.
So if next week there was an emergency, we have to activate it. It will be in consultation with whoever. We activate it. Funds come in, but they all go out. Nothing stays. Dogan.
I think it's a great idea. I know that, when we've been pushed with a declaration or an event, that right in the middle of it, we set up some trust, some bank account, some whatever. It's just better off giving it to the group that knows what they're doing, with the foundation. You're there for our district, and so I think it's a great idea. Yeah.
I think I noted at the last meeting, the Taranaki Foundation, when the floods were on in October, and they set up, because they've got theirs on their website, and they actually set up for donations to go to Dunedin. They'd spoken with the mayor, and they had on their website, which I was a wee bit blown away with, but I saw it. They had donations going to there. So, I mean, pretty much all the foundations in New Zealand, if they haven't already got set up and got this going, that's their plan. And it is I mean, it's just to make it, I guess, easy in the case of emergency. It was highlighted from when Gisborne did it, and it was actually done rather quickly when they did it. And I guess we've all learned from there because they didn't have the systems and everything in place. So we've this is why this has been drawn up. So of no benefit to Clutha Foundation at all, and that is all what they call pass-through funding. So it comes in and it goes out. Any further questions?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just towards the bottom of that, page 41, it's got the response committee, and a dedicated response committee will be established as soon as possible. Is that a committee that will be established after every event?
Well, the reason being, I mean, if you see that it'll have, it did say how many, the board will appoint the chair of the committee, and I think it's at least 2 trustees. The Clutha Foundation will have at least their board, I think 2 trustees and their executive officer. But depending on the emergency and where it is, they will then appoint, I guess, relative, whether it be the mayor or, I mean, your civil defence emergency response, it might be something in Lawrence or something in West Otago, so therefore they would look at making sure there was a representative from that area, because it goes across the district. So you would well, you hope it's not too many of them, but you're going to look at where the event is and get it into gear quite quickly.
I just wasn't sure whether that was the committee would be set up sort of immediately after this policy was adopted, or if it's after each event.
There's the basic committee of the foundation members, the chair, 2 trustees, executive officer, and then they have the ability to co-opt on from the community whatever is necessary at the time, whether it be working with council or,
Recommendation, Madam Chair.
Councillor Payne, do you have a
I was
question?
just going to do that. I was just saying, great initiative, like I gave a little page to me, lots of benefactors. Happy to move the recommendation that we received from the board, if you wish.
Seconder, Councillor Herbert. No, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you.
Yeah, well,